Donna Raftery, the SLA committee, CB2. Welcome to the April SLA 2 meeting. Also on the committee, I have Dr. Shirley Smith, Brian Pape, Katie Bordenaro. So the way this works, everybody, in case, so everybody in the room needs to sign in on the sign-in sheets. If you're here from the public and wish to speak on an application, please fill out the speaker card and hand it to us up here. There are agendas up here. I will be taking things out of order, somewhat in order, but not really. And the municipal expansions, for the most part, will be the last thing that I'm hearing. So if you're here for that, you can go get a cup of coffee and come back for sure. It's a long agenda tonight, so we'll try to be efficient. And so what happens is I will call on the application, come up to the stand here, address the committee, present your application, then we'll go to the committee for questions. Once we're done with the committee, we will go to the public. We'll hear from everybody from the public who wants to speak. And if you didn't fill out a speaker card and feel compelled to speak, just come on up and fill out the card afterwards. Both the applicants and the public, please address the committee. We ask that everybody speak respectfully and to each other, to us, about everything. And after we've heard from the public, then we'll go back to the applicant if there's anything that was raised that they want to address. And I think that's it. Make sure you use the microphones, please. I think that covers it. Also, please make sure you check our online calendar on a regular basis, especially with all the outdoor seating. Things may be waived if you're here from the public and you're here to speak on something. We may be waiving some of these. And our locations are changing. We used to meet at the church all the time. We are pretty much meeting here, but that's not set in stone and it changes from month to month. So please make sure you check the calendar for that as well. Welcome Cormac Flynn, other committee member. Okay, the first application I'm going to call is NRK Cafe, doing business as Lelabar at 422 Hudson. This is a tavern wine, and this is just a change of method of operation to open at 11 a.m. Saturdays and Sundays. So everybody knows the microphone can come out, it tilts up and down, and there's a dial midway through that you can raise and lower it.
My name is Shampang. I'm the representative. I'm here for NRK Cafe INC, here for change the method of operations. Currently, we are Saturday, Sunday open 3 p.m. and we are changing, asking for 10 a.m. open only Saturday and Sunday, doing the brunch. And rest of it, everything will be the same.
Okay, so you close at 12 a.m. Monday to Thursday and 2 a.m. on, I just want to just roughly, let's see. Hang on. You close at 11 p.m. Sunday to Thursday and 1 a.m. Friday and Saturday. That's correct, right? And then the other days you open 4 or 5, something around those times. Okay.
4 p.m. Yes.
Yeah. And then the outside seating, have you, that's not part of this, or
That's not part of it.
are you coming back for that? What are you?
I will come back for it. Today is just a method of operation, just change the hours.
Okay. All right. So you'll need to come back for the alteration for the outside. All right. Okay. I think that's it for me. Katie?
So is there any use of the rear yard currently?
No, not at all. We're just waiting for the building architect's certificate of occupancy. So we don't use it right now.
Because we did have complaints that you were using it a few months ago.
No, we don't use it. Not at all.
You did not use it a few months ago? Even though people heard you down there?
Months ago, it would have been 30 degrees or,
But whenever, we have
there-
had- we
has
have
not
had
been-
reports that you were using it in the past.
I don't know whose that's from, but it's not.
What,
It's-
Katie?
We had reports that were back there.
There's absolutely.
We
nothing
went
back
through
there.
this when he was here in 2024, so
I don't know.
I haven't heard anything since then, so I
So
am thinking that may have been cleared up since then, but unless you know otherwise,
okay.
I know it was an
making sure that-
issue when he was here in 2024 and
yeah.
we discussed it and you said you weren't using it anymore. It had been used a couple of times for parties or something.
Twice, yeah.
Okay. With the outdoor, I'm just, if we're gonna ask people to close at 10 o'clock, if you would agree to closing at 10 o'clock, we can kind of, then you can send in however many tables and chairs it is, but we may be able to waive your appearance in another couple
I
of
think we
weeks.
already agreed to
I think you, actually, that was what we didn't agree on the last time. We tried to get that in there and, it says 6 tables and 12 chairs, but we wouldn't agree on a time. So if we can agree on that, that would be, then we'd be done.
Yeah, I'd have to talk to my partner, but I think it's likely.
Okay, so we can't agree.
He's on a flight back from Europe.
Yeah,
right now.
so that's what we're gonna, so that you know, that's what we're gonna be asking you
Mhm.
for. If you want to find that out from him and email me tomorrow, I can
Yeah, sure.
include that in what we're doing now. If you can't do that, then that's what we're gonna ask you
Then
for
we'll
when
see
you
you.
send in that application and
Yeah,
then
sure.
that will be that.
That's
But you
fine.
won't be able to use it if, in the meantime.
Yeah.
Do you want to just?
Oh, yeah, I was saying, I think you'd rather just start using it now, so that's,
I know, I can't make a decision like that without.
no, I'm saying the outside, you won't be able to serve outside because you haven't had it before.
Mhm.
So
As
the-
opposed to people that have,
yeah, like meaning you can't.
Well, we had it during COVID.
No, right, but it's not in any of your outside area or in stipulations from before. So what we're saying is that it's better to do this now, apply, and you can revisit the times for outside later, but you wouldn't be able to serve because that's not in there yet, so.
and if you can do that, then you can
Tomorrow-
amend also the
Tomorrow
30.
morning's totally fine.
Right, and then you can amend the 30-day notice to include the alteration. So you send in that municipal one that you'll have to send in. Okay? Okay. Thank you. Oh, wait, is there anybody here from the public on this? No. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, the next one is going to be Pier 55 Inc. and use LIFMB management doing business as Little Island Pier 55. This is an alteration. Is there anything any different than what you sent in?
Hello, everyone. Donald Bernstein on behalf of Pier 55, which, as you know, operates Little Island. I'm sure you're all familiar with it. We've been here a few times on that, and hopefully you've all had a chance to go there and enjoy it, or at least walk by it. There is an extensive set of stipulations that we had negotiated actually, well, when we upgraded to full liquor. This is an alteration application. There are a number of bars on site that are approved. 2 of them, we are changing the size, and because we're changing the size, that is an alteration. One of them is being reduced by about 10 feet. Another one is being increased by about 4 feet, although they're obviously multi-dimensional bars. Those are the only changes to those 2. The other part of the application is that there's one bar on the northern side. We call that bar number 5, I think. and that's coming down to the south ridge, as shown on the plans. Other than that, everything is the same.
The same, nothing else, all the other stipulations, everything is
every-
as it was.
As is.
Okay, so the one that's coming down, it's just sort of when you walk in and you go to the right, and then it's just around
On the south side,
on the south side. But it's not the far south side, it's
not all the way.
north of the entry, but not at the far north
of the
end.
south entry, yes.
Right, okay. Yeah, that's correct, okay. Does anybody have any questions, Cormac?
So the multidimensional, they exist in parallel universes?
Yes, yes, you've been there, obviously.
Does anybody else have anything? Is there anybody here from the public on this one? Okay, I think we're good. Okay, the next one is New York Water Tours. There's two of them, Oasis and Enchanted.
Hi,
Hi.
hello.
Yeah.
My name is Asen Kostarinov, president of New York Water Tours Inc., which has applied for full liquor license on two of its vessels, Oasis and Enchanted. Operating hours are Monday to Friday, 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. That's our dinner cruise, and Saturday and Sunday, 12 p.m. to 10 p.m. We do a brunch cruise at around 12 p.m. and a dinner cruise at 7 p.m.
And you have the restaurant wine license now, the vessel wine license
Yes,
now. And so those hours are for both of those boats are the same way. Then we had stipulations, has anything else changed? It's not going to be a party boat. You're not advertising it as a party boat. It's not a booze cruise. And we had the stipulations about the dock. And Katie, do you want to say anything?
So far, everything is going very well, so thank you. Please keep up your good neighborliness.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, is there anybody here from the public on these, or does anybody from the committee have anything on these? Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Okay, two. Okay, so the next one I'm calling is 675 Hudson Vault LLC. You're here. Okay. So this is one of the municipal expansions, and you, no, okay. I just,
You want to kick it off?
I'll just kick it off and say you've had sidewalk seating before, you've been there a long time. It was approved beforehand. So I really, instead of sending you stipulations to waive, the reason I called you in here was because you're located on 14th Street, Hudson and 9th Avenue on that triangle. And there is a public plaza that comes up along 9th Avenue and then extends onto 14th Street. That's all cobblestone. So I just wanted to make it very clear that that public plaza is not part of the sidewalk.
It's completely clear. We actually just had someone send us a video. I'm happy to show it to you if you want from right now. There's not an inch on the cobblestone.
But there's not a 12-foot clear path on the sidewalk. And that's where the clear path needs to be, is on the sidewalk.
So you're saying from
From the curb before the cobblestone, not the curb that's at the cobblestone and the road, but the curb that is between the sidewalk and the cobblestone, because the sidewalk is what needs the clear path. The
Right.
plazas get rented out or not, but that is a public plaza for seating and is not part of the restaurant's 12 feet.
I hear. Okay, I misunderstood you before.
Yeah, no. So everything they have that totally goes to the edge of the sidewalk and has gone to the edge of the sidewalk all during COVID, that has me getting emails all the time because people actually don't like walking on the cobblestones. it has to comply with the drawings that you provided, which actually I could,
clear.
I could tweak a little bit. We can argue about the 10-foot radius and that, but overall, you have the 12 feet on there.
Yep.
So they're gonna have to lose a whole bunch of seats,
Understood.
okay?
Yeah.
Anybody from the committee? It wraps. But it's Dos Caminos takes this where they, and then Troy Liquor Bar is down.
That's right. Yeah, it's a big frontage.
No, I understand, but where's the, I just think that this thing is clear, that's why.
I mean, at least on our plans, everything is in front of our frontage. Anything past that goes beyond our property line.
Yeah.
No, but I mean, where is the Troy, where is the Dustin,
Troy, I believe Troy is downstairs in the back, and so,
they're not.
no, so,
Right.
right. So on the,
Troy-
on the ground floor, the main floor, Dos Caminos takes up, I would say, about half of that block roughly.
that
And
sounds
then you
about
go to Colebrook. And then Troy
It's kinda
actually
right
is
on the corner.
entering, it's down in the cellar and enters on 13th
That's
Street.
correct.
And there's no seating out there, and there's no seating on Hudson Street.
Correct.
And the seating is just in front of Dos
Our frontage.
Caminos.
Correct.
And extending. Right, so, yeah, so there,
Yeah. Right. Right.
okay, anybody else from the committee have anything?
Right.
Okay, so when I walk by tomorrow, it'll be fixed?
Maybe not first thing in the morning,
Mm.
but yes.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you. Thanks a lot. Okay. All right, the next one is going to be Vibrant NYC, Radiant Cafe at 172 Waverly Place. This is a tavern wine for a coffee shop in a previously unlicensed location.
Donald Bernstein on behalf of the applicant. This is an application for a new beer and wine license. Stefan Tomek is my client, and he is the owner with his wife, who's sitting here. This is their first establishment. They opened this coffee shop at 172 Waverly between Christopher and West 10th Street last summer, so they've been operating for a little over a year. It is a very much loved local establishment, as you will see or have seen from about 120 letters and emails that we've submitted to you. And I believe there are 8 to 10 people here in support of this application. I started to count up where those letters are from, but I gave up because there are so many. But I do know that in the building at 172 Waverly, I'm told there are 10 units, and 8 of the tenants there are in support of this and have submitted letters or emails. We have all of these submissions, or almost all, are close on Gay Street, on 10th, on Christopher, on Charles. These are people that live right in this area. And I asked my client, I said, how'd you get all these people here? How'd you get it? He says, they love us. We serve the community, and that undoubtedly is what you will see. It's very small space. It's 435 square feet. It has 18 seats. The hours would be 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. during the week and 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. on weekends, so it is not a late night establishment. Again, it is just beer and wine. Stefan met with the West Village, I think it's called the West Village Block Association. I think they had a very cordial meeting. From an email that I saw today, and they're here, so they'll speak, they indicated they are not supporting it for reasons that they will say. One of the issues that I just want to bring up is I saw an email today that they were concerned that there was some seats and benches outside. I spoke to Stefan today. I said, you can't do that. You don't have a permit for it. I know a lot of people in the city are doing that sort of stuff. They don't have permits. People are doing it and they're exceeding their space. Doesn't justify it. He took it down. I'm told it's down. He will not put them up. We will see if there are clearances to put benches or seating. I don't know if there are. If there are, we may file with DOT and we'll do it the right way and then we'll come back. But they're gone. I just want you to know.
Okay.
Anything you want to add?
Okay, so for right now, there's no outside, right?
There's no
Not
outside.
part of it. Okay, there's no TVs. It's background music.
Background music.
Are there any operable windows aside from the entry door? No, okay, and you're not installing any? Okay, and private parties, I think, was checked off. Are we having private parties or how many? Yeah.
We don't know how the things are gonna go, but we are ready to have, let's say, 2 a month, which will make 24 a year, I feel like. And I think that's the fair number to start with.
Okay. Okay, does anybody from the committee have anything? Yeah. Dr. Smith?
You mentioned menu on the application, but it's not part of the packet.
There. It's behind the floor plan. It's behind the floor plan. It's a light menu. It's not a full kitchen. It's not a restaurant. It's a cafe. You'll see, that's it right there.
And no price.
It's
point.
not a restaurant, just, it's a tavern, coffee shop. It's not a wine bar. Prices?
Price point.
I mean, the prices are rising every day, as we know, and we have not get to the pricing point yet. We will get to that point when we start ordering the food that we will serve.
Do you have a rough idea? Just,
I mean, I can go through it and tell you. I'll say a steak tartare will be around $22. Tuna tartare will be 20. Ceviche around 15 to 18. Bit salad the same.
Okay.
Charcuterie board depends on how many cheese we'll serve, but it can go from $15 to $30.
okay, that's good, that's
Yeah.
good. Okay. Does anybody else from the committee have anything? Okay, all right, so I'll go to the public. There are quite a few people here. Might be easiest if everybody just comes up and to the microphone. Don't wait for me to call on you. And just what I want you to do, since there are a lot of you and I appreciate you coming, is just state your name and just say what you want to say as efficiently and succinctly as possible. And if someone else has already said it, just say that you agree and we'll just get your name on the record. And
I just want to, here, I have about 120 emails and letters. There are some duplicates in here. I
okay,
tried to pull them
yeah.
out, but I want to get.
Did you email them in? Because I
These
think,
will be emailed, but I can give them to you if you want to take it.
sure, I'll take it. No, this is it, right? This,
The only thing I would say, a lot of these are handwritten and the people compose them. It's not just a petition where they sign their name. They gave thought to this and wrote it.
Hello, my name is Rufus Wire. I live across the street from Radiant Cafe. The community and the quality of connection that they build is a gift to the neighborhood, and a wine and beer license will augment their capacity to be a great member of our community. Thank you.
thank you.
Hi, my name is Lucas. I live down the street on Waverly Place from Radiant Coffee. I just want to comment on the character of Stefan and Theodora. I think they're outstanding members of our community, and they have meticulous judgment in terms of how they care for the people that come into the coffee shop. And I trust that they were going to do a good job with the wine and beer license, and that they won't abuse that privilege. Thank you.
Hi.
Oh, I think you hit the button.
Okay, wait, can you hear me? Okay. Hi, my name is Vicky. I live over on Greenwich Street and Bank, not as close as the other folks here, but Radiant Coffee has been one of my favorite coffee shops, and sorry, can I hear me better now? Okay, perfect. Radiant Coffee Shop has been one of my favorite coffee shops to go to, and I've befriended the owners there, and they're just such wonderful people, and it's a great addition to the community by letting them have their wine and beer license. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Alina. I live on Charles Street. I agree with everything that everybody has said. One thing I'd like to add is that Vibrant or Radiant Cafe has created a community in the West Village that I've been struggling to find as someone that lives in the neighborhood, and I really appreciate them being there.
Hello, my name is Jack. I've been living in Greenwich Village for 3 years now, born and raised here in New York City. I discovered Radiant last summer, I think on its second day open, and I immediately fell in love with the space, the owners, and the community. And I've been going every weekend since then, and I've met countless lifelong friends there. The owners, Steph and Tio, are incredible people who care a lot about the community and their neighbors. And I know they'll be respectful to their fellow neighbors if they do get this license.
Hi, my name is Stephen. Hello. I've lived at Charles Street and Waverly Place for over 20 years. And I know Stefan from historically from things from before. And I just want to speak to the character of Stefan and Theodora. They're amazing. They've created a sense of community. So I think it would be a wonderful addition to our neighborhood and bring people together, continue to bring people together. Since it's opened, it's just the neighborhood it's increased in terms of sociability amongst neighbors, and I've met so many people there so far. It's an expansive part of what the West Village should be like, and they're amazing people. So thank you.
Thank you.
That's very good. Hi, I'm Leslie Clark, West Village residents. I certainly understand why the neighbors like this place. I liked it too when I went there, and we would like at West Village residents for it to continue as a coffee shop. We don't believe that adding wine and beer is the same as running a coffee shop. This is a previously unlicensed space. As we wrote to you in the year 2000, 11% of our storefronts were licensed to serve alcohol. It is now 29% and growing. And this is how it grows. It grows in this manner, with one by one, where it goes from coffee to wine, and then it goes on. And by the way, the business about it simply is not necessary. They're doing fine. Obviously, they have got a great community, and they should continue with that community. The business about serving outdoors, well, we told Stefan that we asked him if he had a sidewalk cafe license. He didn't seem to know what that was. And he's been serving on the sidewalk, not just now and then, but for months. He said it was only during open streets. We showed him pictures of serving on the sidewalk with their cars there. Knowing what the rules are in residential neighborhoods is very important. When we later asked him what he would do about people with the benches outside, since he allows people to carry a cup of coffee outside, would he allow them to carry wine outside? He didn't seem to understand the question. The fact is, we think that this should remain an unlicensed location. We don't think that they have a full understanding of what alcohol on the street means. And we are not You know, when somebody says, when we're not going to be outside, I can't tell you the number of times that we have agreed to a license at West Village residents when they said they were not going to be outside. They are usually back within a year, sometimes less. The last time we did that, they're there now on the roadway and the sidewalk. It is not a promise that can be kept. We hope you deny this, and we hope that they have all the success in the world. Thank you.
Ms. Wait, I have a question, and the chair can clarify me if I'm wrong. I don't believe that they have stipulated that there'll never be an outside.
No,
Just that there isn't one right now in this application.
that's right. They said that they were not applying for outside.
Right.
That's
I just want to
correct.
make sure that's clear.
Yes.
At this
Now,
time.
but
They-
that's that kind of a that.
Well, they didn't say they wouldn't. They said they were going to evaluate it, so they made no promise that they weren't having outside.
Right, you're right.
Want there to be confusion later, they promise whatever they
Right.
have that I've.
Especially since, in fact, they have been serving outside without even a move to understand what a sidewalk cafe license is. Yes, it is a separate issue. Thank you.
Have you put in complaints?
I did, actually.
Okay.
I did.
And was there a resolution on that?
Case closed, 311.
Okay. That was like recently?
That was in August, September, and October.
Oh, from last year, but not this year. Okay.
No, not this year.
So,
Yes, I did put in complaints. Yes, I did.
okay.
Right. Yeah, no. It's not unusual.
Okay.
Okay.
Hi, my name's Brigitte, and I'm a resident around the corner for 17 years on Christopher Street, and I'm a big fan of both Theodora and Stefan and what they've created. And I've seen what they've done from the very beginning, and they've really displayed a sense of graciousness to the community, or graciousness and family values that attracts good people, that really is a reflection of who they are. So I really believe in everything that they've done, as I've watched some really beautiful, elegant choices they've made with great responsibility. And I believe that they'll continue to do that. Thank you.
The only thing that I think I want to say, unless you have any other questions, is just that I respect the West Village Block Association. They're certainly entitled to their position. I don't think it's reflective of what this immediate community wants. The people that live in the building, the people that live on the block, the people that live, they want it. We've heard from them. Read the letters. They want it. And even if it turns into more of a wine bar, they're fine with that, with responsible owners. Stefan made a mistake, said he didn't know he needed it. From just walking where I parked my car to come here, I saw outdoor cafes that I'm sure don't have permits and illegal. Doesn't excuse it, doesn't justify it. Unfortunately, it's happened. He should not be penalized for that. He took it down.
So my question is just, you can't do it. So you basically are putting in a choice right now, is that if you file for this license, you could lose your license if you have the outside, because this
He
is your
can't do
whole
it.
business.
He knows that.
Well, I'm just saying, because most people can't control themselves, it seems. And you saw yesterday at the authority with an application that was before us, that we were up there, just the chair was very clear about some things. And I'll just give you an example. Today, that same applicant had tables and chairs on the sidewalk. Just throwing that
Wait,
out
you're talking
there
about
as
yesterday?
No, but a separate item. But I'm just saying that what has happened in the last few years, it's different, as of April 1st, especially with the roadway, right? And I just want to make sure, because you're saying here, right, in
Yes.
front of us, that he's not using the outside, that he's not going to, because I also think that the community does want that. And that puts a big, strong, a lot of confusion points, but the responsibility of the licensed premises
Well-
versus not having it is very different, because the ramifications can be different. So I'm just bringing that up.
Well, because
So-
we went through it.
Right.
Another matter that I worked on months ago, someone said he was going to do it, was told he had to do it, he didn't do it, and he was denied his license.
But I'm just,
So-
but
That's what he's saying.
I'm
No,
just
I
saying
understand.
that it's because this is a business, that is straddling two sides right now, and it's looking to go one way, but it sounds like the real core business is actually the other way. And I'm just saying that the responsibility of stepping over to the other side puts a lot more burden and a lot of that freedom of the gray area, and it will be gone. So I'm just,
I think Stefan understands that, and I will hammer that.
Because that includes the benches, et cetera. and all that.
Absolutely.
I mean, I
you know,
guess
very
your
clear.
point is a gain and a loss, so. Okay,
And that is also the balance that the opposition is resting on. So that's why we're just, if we're going to take that into account, that's what we're overcoming is that opposition, which is not unfounded, but could be, you know, relies on the character and fitness of the representations that you're making. So I just want to make sure that that's all.
We have a lot of people
clear.
testing to their character and fitness.
No, no,
too.
but that's the point, but they haven't followed the rules to date, and that's what we're.
And they've acknowledged it, and he took the action today, which you can see, you can go there, you can see, easy enough.
okay, anybody else on the committee have anything? And did I get everybody from the public? I think I did. Okay, I think we're good.
One other supporter didn't speak, just for the record.
Okay, okay.
Okay,
Thank you. Yep, thanks. Okay, the next one is going to be Slice West Village LTD doing business as Slice the Perfect Food at 535 Hudson Street. This is a restaurant wine license, but it is, the change is there is both a corporate change and an alteration to add the adjacent storefront, which was previously unlicensed.
Michael Kelly representing the applicant, Slice West Village LTD. We're gonna, basically, the corporate change involves Waleed Hamhami with me. He's buying out Mika. What's Mika? He's buying out the current owner. Waleed's been working there for about 15 years as the manager, and that's about all there is to the corporate change. Nothing else is changing.
Okay, so, right, so, okay,
Yeah.
so we'll just,
So we have a long history of complaints here. And you're the manager, and you've been the manager for 15 years. So tell us what you've done to fix those complaints. Exactly.
There is
That's the
the-
problem.
so,
We know the one with the hood.
No, I know the one with the roof.
You're the guy that's on the ground. You're the boss. So tell us what you've done to fix the complaints. And if you're saying you don't know about them,
No, I know
That's
that, I know
okay.
about the one on the roof.
like I
The-
said, just there've been a lot of different issues. So tell us what you've done. Because
what you did with the
you're on the hook here, and you are the manager or the ground to ground person. Now you want to
The
own
roof,
it.
we built the whole box, a new box, we removed the box and we built it brand new.
Waleed, let me answer it for him. It's gonna be what he said. So, this thing with the hood has been going on for a long time. So Waleed last week built a new box around it, because now he's basically coming in and going to be the owner. So he's trying to alleviate that problem, and that's the one we know of.
does he understand the sidewalk rules?
Yes.
Okay. That hasn't been followed. There are people all out congesting around the sidewalk. You can't pass by. The menu is put out to the sidewalk. People are constantly congesting it all the time.
That table what they're telling me to do, to put. That's what Michael Kelly gave me, the way I should. put the table.
It's not, I mean,
He's following the old sidewalk. cafe.
well, either way, every time I've walked by and I don't it's not on a daily basis, but every time I've walked by, it's expanded past, there's not a perimeter on it. There's a whole host stand out in the middle of it towards the
But the host stand, I
edge.
thought it was right by the, where they gave me my tables.
But it's
It's never past the
past and it's blocking. It's just one more thing that's blocking. You can't have a host stand out there. The host stand is supposed to be inside. I think this is also the alteration for the next door premises, which I believe has been being used with people outside it with alcohol and that, and we will hear from the residents. But I'm raising all of these issues because if he is managing this, this is like not okay. This was a hair salon, it was unlicensed, and he has no right to be using it.
It was licensed about 15 years ago.
He didn't license it, it's been a hair
No, yeah.
salon for a while, and so he doesn't have a license there. You don't have a license for the inside of the hair salon or the sidewalk of the hair salon. You're supposed to be in front of your premises.
What we're driving at is that all these violations happened when you were manager. When the other owner came in, she said she was telling you to follow the rules. That was the resolution of this. So we don't trust your character and fitness to run this place, just to sum it up, because you're the one who's supposed to have been following all the rules. And today, with this new space, you're still not following the rules. So why would somebody say it's okay for you to take control of the license and to operate the space? And I'm sorry, but I have been here over many years. This history of complaints goes back to 2013. It's every year there's an issue. Nothing resolved. The sidewalk, issues over and over. It's not just a recent thing.
My sidewalk, I always put exactly where they told me to put, especially, I mean, let's talk before the pandemic. I never had they gave me 10 tables, I put 10 tables. I never put extra.
There's no perimeter and there's nothing, yeah. Nothing controlling the patrons, so,
And that's just
right. Well, we might as well just talk about the whole thing because it's one whole thing. So why don't you just go into the addition?
You know, the place has been open and operating since 2013. We would be adding the space to our south. Left, if you're looking at the restaurant formerly Contesta Rock Hair, which went out of business and we rented the space. The space was licensed many years ago when Monster Sushi was there. I believe they closed around 2009. The current seating is 10 tables, 20 seats, and a 5-seat bar inside. The new section would add 13 tables, 44 seats, bringing the total to 23 tables with 64 seats and a 5-seat bar. We are reopening inside doorway that was existing in the past between the two spaces. They do have landmarks approval for that. Hours of operation are staying the same, Thursday to Sunday, 11 to 11, and Monday to Wednesday, 11 to 10 p.m. Part of the reason taking the space is to alleviate the crowding outside.
I'll say one thing about that. It never works. Everybody comes in here and says that they're alleviating the crowding outside and they apply for just as many seats outside. They don't not apply for the seats outside and you're doubling the frontage, so that's double the seats outside. And you'll just have more people.
In our case, it's only going to add 3 tables and 6 seats because we have the tree pit there. So most of the,
People standing there waiting to get inside because now you have double the seating and you already couldn't walk past the sidewalk. I'm just saying that.
It was too small. The place was only 35 seats and we had an issue of sitting people. Now, at least we'll have people sitting on the other sides and we won't have that issue anymore.
Is it reservation?
Do we take reservation?
Yeah.
Yeah, we do take.
Is it reservation only? You have to have a reservation.
Yeah, I have reservation, not on reservation only.
Right,
And
okay.
During the week, we're not that busy. It's just the weekend. Sometimes it gets busy.
Yeah.
We always close, like, we have no customers by 9:30.
Right.
Place
Well,
has
that's,
nobody there by 9:30.
well, we'll let the residents.
and
talk.
we did submit 47 signatures of support. These are from our block in the immediate area, so some people do like them. And they're basically customers from the.
I mean, he's busy, so obviously a lot of people like him. I think the people that have to walk down the sidewalk are
Most
the
of
ones that
these
are not
from
happy.
Hudson Signatures. There's always been contention with a neighbor that we know of. The last time I was here with Mickey, the thing with the roof was brought up, and she
stop it at 10 o'clock, gave it to about 10:30. So what Waleed did last week was build something new around it, but the other thing was breaking down, and he figured he was the owner now. So hopefully that works a little better. There was a sidewalk cafe with, I'll bring this up because it'll come before you, 10 tables and 20 seats. That would be expanded in the future to 13 tables and 26 seats with the new area.
Okay, does anybody from the committee have anything before I go to the public? No, okay, so why don't we just hear from the public? I have, where's my, yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, just speak close to it.
Okay. Augustine Hope, neighbor of Slice or Wild, whatever their name is, and member of the West Village Residents Association. First point is that this is technically a previously unlicensed space, despite the fact it being Monster Sushi 15 years ago or more. I think we should keep that in mind. I think what's tragic here is that this should be the poster child of West Village restaurants. They close at 11 and they clear all their tables and chairs off the sidewalk, and that's good. But they have a very loose idea of what it means to interact with the community and to respect the community. We have asked variously for meetings over the years and never had one. Tom Cole, who will speak, has asked for meetings, and they won't respond. So we could have had these discussions with them in person and perhaps done something about it. So these are essentially the problems. First off, on this application, they have already been operating inside the Contesta Rockhouse space. I think that's highly legal. And as you pointed out, they have been setting up a sidewalk outside and serving there. I think that's highly legal too. Then there's the issue of the sidewalk cafe. This was a nightmare during the pandemic. They expanded everywhere in all directions. They even expanded in front of my building, and it was a hell of a thing to get them to take the tables away from inside my building and my neighbor's building at 541. They didn't have any authority to do this, so they seem to do things without authority. They do it first and say sorry afterwards. The sidewalk is constantly blocked. They do not leave and have never left a 10-foot clear path as is mandated under the Outdoor Dining New York program. This evening it was like 6 foot. They don't have the required barrier around the sidewalk, so I'm not sure how they even consider constraining themselves. I almost feel like drawing a chalk outline of where they can have a sidewalk cafe. Would that help? The host station, putting the host, this is one of the most egregious things, and apparently only Leitao and Wild do it on our block. They put the host station right there in the middle of the block. So of course, everybody who comes to the host station to check in or see if there's tables, they're literally blocking the rest of the sidewalk. That host station needs to be inside the restaurant. People go into the restaurant and then they get seated at tables. That is the standard way of doing it, and that's what they should be doing here. So if one could only agree to something like this, is if they agree to close at 10 p.m., which is the standard for the West Village, if they maintain the 10-foot clear path, and if they get that host station inside. And then I think we could love them. And we could love Waleed. And if he could just meet with us once a month or something, just say how it's going, what are our concerns, how can I fix them, we can all live together. But that is what we would like to do with restaurants in our community, is live together and enjoy each other. How difficult can it be? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Thomas Cole. I live at 535 Hudson Street, apartment 5E. Wild's roof exhaust vent is located directly on top of my living room roof. I'm opposed to this alteration of existing restaurant wine license. Wild has been in non-compliance intermittently with the stipulation they signed on September 27th of 2013, which states, and I have a copy of it. Quote directly from the stipulation. 1, immediately install timer on exhaust vent to turn off at 11 p.m. 2, will soundproof exhaust vent immediately. 3, number 1 and number 2 will be completed by September 30th of 2013 and copies receipts to CB2 office. 4, adhere to all previous stipulations. Unfortunately, I've had to call the restaurant at least several times per month at or after 11 o'clock p.m. to ask them to turn off the vent. Sometimes it's left running all night. Sometimes I call up to 3 nights per week. I have written logs of the dates and times I've called going back to at least 2022. This is an average of 2 to 12 times per month. This has been taking place intermittently for about 10 years. And I'd like to read some of my recent logs and times for the last 2 weeks. Thank you. Starting off with Friday, March 21st of 2025, I called to turn off the vent at 11:07. Someone answered. They turned off the vent, then the vent was turned back on within 5 seconds. I called a second time, asked them to turn off the roof vent. They said, we will turn it off as soon as we can. I asked, are you aware that you are in violation of the agreement you signed with CB2? They said, yes, we know. We are sorry. It wasn't turned off until 11:40 p.m. that night. Monday, March 24th of 2025, I called at 11:30. No answer. The vent was left running. It must have turned off sometime during the night. When I woke up the next morning, it was off. Tuesday, March 25th of 2025, I called at 11:18 to turn off the vent. It was turned off at 11:18 that night. Thursday, March 27th, I called at 11:05 to turn off the vent. It was turned off. Friday, March 28th, I called at 11:01. Someone answered. They said, yes, we will turn it off. They did not. I called a second time at 11:32. It was finally turned off. Saturday, March 29th of 2025, I called 11:25 to turn off the vent. They said, yes, we will turn it off. They did not. I called again at 11:38 and they finally turned it off. And just last night, Wednesday, April 2nd, 2025, I called 11:20 to ask them to turn off the vent. It was turned on again sometime during the night. I woke up in the middle of the night, had trouble falling asleep. I noticed that the vent was on. It was not turned off until 3:01 a.m. Just this morning.
Can you just email that to did you email that in?
No.
If
These are my handwritten notes.
If you can just, if you want to just take a picture of it and send it in to the office.
Oh, I
that would
can
be- yeah.
email.
Yeah, that would be, okay. Is that it, or do you have more?
No.
Okay.
1 year ago, March of 2024, I tried to contact the manager, Waleed Hamami, to discuss these issues and the aging noisy vent in person. I spoke to an associate of Mr. Hamami's, Philippe, who was very reluctant to set up a meeting with Mr. Hamami. Said he wasn't available. What's this about? Blah, blah, blah. I texted Philippe my complaints on April 8th, 2024, which included noisy vent runs in the middle of the night, sometimes all night long. A new quiet system needs to be installed. No response, no change in 1 year. Until yesterday and today when the soundproofing was rebuilt. I think they rebuilt a bigger box around the motor. Unfortunately, it is slightly quieter, but now I've noticed more vibration in my living room. So I believe this is the same old motor, which may be 20 to 25 years old. I consider this a tragedy and a huge disappointment. The quality of my life has definitely suffered as a result of this event on top of my apartment. I've got 2 skylights, which lets all the sound through in my apartment. All I'm asking is for peace and quiet and the quiet enjoyment of my apartment that I'm entitled to as written into my rent stabilized lease. A new system needs to be installed with the motor relocated inside the restaurant so as to eliminate noise and vibration on the roof. My building is an old tenement style built in the early 1900s and converted in the mid-1950s. It was not designed to have motorized units on the roof. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Does go ahead.
Any questions?
I think we're good. Thank you.
My name is Gary Ansem, and I live at 114 Perry Street. And just right around the corner, I walk down that street multiple times a day. And I don't know what else I can add without sounding redundant, but I'm here to bear witness to the congestion on the street. It's always walking around it, sometimes into the street to get around the crowds. If they could build a barrier and keep the wait staff on the proper side of the barrier, that would stop a lot of the congestion. Also, the stand that could be relocated. It would serve to pick up the pace. I think that's it. Thank you.
Cormac.
Just also for your information, the rules on outside dining not only require that it stay within a certain footprint, but also that the wait staff be operating within that footprint and not outside it. Just FYI, if you didn't know that. Thank you. I understand that they don't do that.
Very well aware of that.
Exactly. And it takes up a good space when you're trying to pass by. And it's not just me. There's a number of people that are just traversing it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is there anybody else here from the public on this one? Okay, Mike.
As to the meetings.
You have to, yeah.
As to the meetings with the Block Association, I think Waleed would agree to that, but if he doesn't call back, the gentleman knows my email, my name, he can give me a call or an email, and I'll make sure that he responds to him and goes to meetings. We would.
Let me see that. Okay, so what I can do is to resolve the first problem, well, we install a new exhaust upstairs, so like a completely different one. Maybe he's right. It's been there forever, since like 20 years or something. That's I'll agree to that. It's fine because I'll make a new one with no noise. And also the stand. We never talked, but now you told me to move the stand inside, which is maybe true. I can have the host stand inside. It's very easy. And about the barrier outside, I guess you guys told me not to do it. I mean, if you guys agree for me to do a barrier, I will do that.
No, the rules are you're supposed to have a barrier around your sidewalk seating that defines your sidewalk seating. Doesn't have to be planters, but you have to have something there so that your area is defined and all your patrons are within that area, all your wait staff is within that area, and there is the 10 feet clear on the sidewalk, which is different from the 8 feet that you used to have before. So you may not be able to have as many tables out there as you had before because now you need more of a clear path. And if the tree pit, I'm not looking at the diagram, but if the tree pit is right there, it's not the tree, it's the pit. You need 10 feet from the pit.
Yeah, I think I included the sidewalk cafe plans in the package, just in case it came up. Yeah, in the alteration package. So it's easy to find. Okay. And we would be back with the sidewalk cafe and the alteration on the sidewalk cafe. So you'll have a little time to see if he does what he said he was going to.
Go ahead, Cormac.
So that's great, Mike. See, partially here's my concern, right? I remember like the 2012 agreement. I remember a lot of time. People who are still on this committee, still on this board, who are volunteers, a lot of other people in the community, spent a lot of time on this issue and got what was supposed to be a permanent solution. And now I'm hearing that they have not been upholding their end of it. So now you're telling me, well, we will go and we'll fix and put in new things. And I'm like, I've heard that before. I'm just saying there's a credibility issue here.
But now he's taking over. He's going to be investing.
He's been managing it the whole, I mean, a lot of maybe not the vent, but I'm sorry, Cormac, but he's been managing it. Managing it is all the crowds on the street, the block sidewalk consistently on a daily basis is under, if the vent might not be under his control, but turning it off is under his control when it's supposed to be turned off. And the crowding on the sidewalk is certainly under his control.
But we do have the timer. Once in a while, the timer breaks down, and I mean,
It sounds like from the written history that Carter is referencing from years ago and what we just heard, it breaks down all the time. It's, in fact, it's more like it's not working ever than it's ever working.
Just on one fairness point, we did hear at one point that the reason it went back on is because there was a heat sensor. This is how much I remember, that there was a heat sensor that overrode turning it off when it was overheating, that it would come back on if it was too hot as a safety feature. Just that was the excuse for it going back on in the past.
Hopefully, I think.
So now we're hearing that now the timer breaking. I mean, there's always something, so.
I think the gentleman said after we put the new box around it, the sound was a little lower, but the vibration got a little worse. So if he does invest the money into putting a new unit up there, that would possibly solve the whole thing.
Or put the new unit someplace else.
This thing where like, right now he calls and they're like, and they turn it off and then they turn it back on and then they're like, yeah, well, we have to keep it on. I mean, was he not the manager at the time? Was somebody else the man? I mean, what?
I mean, there were workers there, but
Well, also, we close at 10 o'clock, or 10:30, we close. There's no one there. I mean, maybe like he's talking
Well,
to.
but he's saying either you forget to turn it off or somebody's answered the phone and then they say they can't turn it off even though you're closed or, and the sidewalk.
Well, we
so I-
would be willing to give him his phone number.
Yeah.
So he can call him directly.
Okay. All right, does anybody else have anything? What? It does, I mean, I don't know, well, I think we discussed it at business. I don't know what the resolution is because
No, it's not a good, no, we put the terrible. Right?
Just one minor question on the corporate change. We have the landlord's name is Icon Realty. On the alteration, we have the landlord's name as Jose Loves. It's the same building. How can it be two different? What's going on?
Same land. Probably a mistake on my office. But,
Oh, different phone numbers.
they're two different landlords? The two
No,
buildings?
it's the same landlord. It's Icon. Icon Realty.
Okay. Icon is the landlord.
who's Jose? That's on the alteration. Icon is on the corporate change.
But it is Icon.
Right, I know. Well, I know my next day. I just don't know, I mean, I think what you heard from the residents is they want the HVAC situation fixed. It might mean that it. Oh, do you want to put the alteration over for them? Do you want to go meet with the residents and talk to them and set up the sidewalk in the proper way and put the alteration over for a month?
Sure, no problem.
That means you can't use it. I mean, you're not supposed to be using next door.
Oh, next door, you mean, but I can use my.
You can use your space, but I mean, you can't go through with the alteration until you've gone through with the alteration. So the corporate change is the corporate change, but the alteration, you're going to lay that over and not go to the liquor authority and meet with the neighbors.
Now, whatever, like, I have only one table there, I can remove it, and I remove the stand.
And are the neighbors willing to do that? Yep, okay, so yeah, that's what they said they wanted to do.
Do you want me
So,
also to build a barrier around it, or no, for now, until?
I think, follow the rules. I want you to follow the rules. Mike, you know what the rules are. You've been at many of these meetings of the outdoor. So you should be intimately familiar with them. Please explain them to your client.
Okay, definitely.
Okay.
We'll go ahead with corporate change.
Go ahead with the corporate change. Email the office and say you're laying that over to next month and you will not go to the liquor authority on it. Okay, thank you. Okay. Guys, yep. Okay. Okay. Okay, so the next one is going to be Snack Company Bedford. Is that here? Okay, no. So just the attorney told me this is a corporate change. For Snack Company, they are not coming here, and I gave them stipulations based on an old resolution that we had, and they didn't sign them, but it's a corporate change. So one of the two partners is buying out the other partner, and that's that. Snack Company, Bedford. D2. D2. Snack Taverna at 63 Bedford, okay? Okay. So then the next one we are going to hear is Marla 2022 Inc. doing business as Mamali, New York City, 70 Christopher Street.
Hello to everyone. Good evening. My name is Mariana.
One second, let us just get the application.
Yes, thank you.
When? Is anything any different from what you sent in? No, I'll keep. Okay. This is a tavern wine application, also previously unlicensed location.
Yeah, I
Go
know.
ahead.
Yeah, so my name is Mariami. I'm 25 years old, and I know I'm so young about that, but I just got the place. I rent the place in the West Village. I think that it's really famous and familiar place for you guys because it's so popular with the hash triangle, and plus it's an old village seekers place. And I know, and I felt this responsibility because of the neighborhood. And trust me, I had a really huge fights, and I fight a lot for this place, and I have in a huge competition because of the place. And finally, I got that. And I went through a lot of I'm just trying to preserve the all history of the place. And I've changed my whole plan because of that, because I'm trying to consider what the neighborhood is thinking, what their feelings, what they feel about this place, what their emotions. And so it's really important for me, and I'm trying to keep everything as it is right now. And just to survive, I need this wine license, especially wine, not the beer, because my grandparents and oh, by the way, I'm here alone. I don't have a lawyer today. Sorry. And so here is my partner, my family member, and my business advisor also. And we have a family business in my country, in Georgia. I'm from Georgia, if you know about that. So, and we have a winery over there where my grandparents is producing the wine. So Georgian authentic wine. So, and I wanted to introduce the neighborhood over there, that we have some special foods, we have some special wines, and some special authentic flavors. I'm asking, we were gonna operate from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. From 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., we were gonna be as a coffee shop, and we were gonna have really amazing Australian coffee over there. And after 7 p.m. to 10 p.m., I'm asking for only 3 hours to get a license for the wine to survive, because my rent is so expensive. Just imagine, this is so historic place, and it's so huge numbers.
So,
and so,
so let me just ask you, just
Yeah.
on the hours, what I have on the questionnaire is 8 to 11, and then 8 to 10, and then 8 to 11, and then 8 to 12. So that's not what you're asking for?
12? Oh, no.
So-
Maybe it was mistake by like accidentally, because before the 12 never.
Okay, so what are so the hours are 7 a.m.
from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. in total.
Every
But-
day, every day.
but-
That, those, okay, I
yeah,
just wanted to be
but-
clear on what
but
the hours were.
wine will be selling after 7 p.m. Oh, sorry, 5 p.m. Yeah, sorry, 5 p.m.
5
So,
p.m.
yeah, just a few hours. 5 to 10 p.m. will be the wine, but before will be the coffee shop and some snacks and foods. Because actually, my priority is the coffee because I wanted to come in this industry, because I'm really interested with the coffee. I was working, but at the same time when I'm studying, I'm trying to, I was working as a barista, as a store manager, and I feel that this is my place. I wanted to be in a communication with the people. I love when I'm just doing something really good for the people in the morning and afternoon. So I decided to, why not? Because it was my dreams always. So, and I just want this wine license for a few hours just to survive. And I want to ask you the chance to revive this place.
Okay.
Thank you so
So
much.
it's background music, no TVs,
No, yeah.
5 tables and 10 seats. Any,
Yeah, it's
any
okay.
outside seating? No
Because it's also-
outside
no.
seating. Okay, and just for, in case anybody doesn't know, this is the Village Cigars at Christopher Street and,
Yeah.
yeah.
And
I'm
I'm
okay.
trying to keep everything, really, trust
Good,
me,
okay.
because history is really important for me too. Go ahead, Cormac. Yes.
Do I read correctly from the application, you folks are owners or were owners of, Old Tbilisi on Bleecker?
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
okay.
my partner is, yeah.
right, thank you.
She has also the liquor license over there.
For you 11 years ago,
Mhm.
and we have no single opposition in past 11 years. My wife is on a board of and she's joining Mariami for this application
Thank
to
you.
do.
Does anybody else have any questions on the committee? Okay, we'll go to the public. Leslie Clark?
Hello again, my name is Leslie Clark. I'm here representing West Village Residents Association. We are here to oppose this application and to ask you to deny it because it is a previously unlicensed space. And again, as I said before, but for the record, I'm saying now, in the year 2000, 11% of storefronts in 10014 were licensed to sell alcohol. It's now 29%. Just to make that really clear, that means in the year 2000, 1 out of 10 storefronts, you could buy a drink. Now it's approaching 1 out of 3. There's only one way to stop this. There's no brakes on this. The SLA has no brake on it. It's just going to go on. What's to stop it from becoming 5 out of 10, 8 out of 10? The way to stop it is to stop it. I think that they sound like they have a wonderful plan. They can sell coffee in that beautiful old space. They do not need to add to this tsunami of licensing in our neighborhood. And in the time I have lived in the village, Augusta and I were trying to think of this. I think I came up with 3 places that had been flipped that have actually had a liquor license that went back to not selling alcohol. I think it's 3. We walked around looking for them. 3. What happens is that the rent goes up to alcohol rent and it doesn't go down. Landlords will they will wait months and months to put a bar, a restaurant, whatever in that space. Like I said, it was 1 in 3, it was 1 in 10, and it's now approaching 1 in 3. Please deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Katie, go ahead. Wait,
Leslie?
wait, Leslie.
Yeah, I think it's working. So, hi.
Hi. Oh, sorry.
No, we're,
Okay. Hi. All right. I'm sorry. No, I didn't meet with them because, yes, they did, but no, I'll tell you the reason. I have, I'm busy like a lot of people. And also my feeling was, I'm sure they're very nice. I looked at the application. There's nothing wrong with the application, except that it is an application. We have no ill will toward them. We wish them success as a coffee shop.
Okay.
I just wanted to say for the record and think, whatever you're feeling about this specific application, I appreciate Ms. Clark in both of these things, talking about the larger issue and making sure it gets on the record because the public policy failure that we're all grappling with and trying to do what we can.
Okay. Yes, now come up to the microphone. You can come back and address
Hello,
anything you'd
my
like to
name
address.
My name is David Chasey. I'm a business consultant and as well as neighborhood experts in rate. So I just want to comment a couple of comments of Mrs. Clark, I believe. I'm sorry
Yeah,
to
just address them to us,
mispronounce.
but yeah.
Yes, what I'd like to say. We know that rents went up 500 to 1,000 square feet, percent. Number one, once again, I'm a Cushman Wakefield director for 24 years, and I'm a licensed broker in New York City, and I focus on West Village and East Village area, and what I know this place every inch. I don't know. I would like to meet with you in person as many times you'd like. This is a 300 square feet, and it became urine hut. So basically, whoever wants to, I'm sorry to use this language, who wants to use the bathroom, it goes in a corner, and urines, and you cannot walk away. This young lady is going to turn this to the flowers outside, no sitting, beautiful space, which will be preserved. Even colors will not change. We are talking to the top experts, architect. We are with the LPC, with reviewing everything. We cleared today both violations, which has pending past 20 years, including the Hess triangle. We fixed it. It wasn't our job. We're fixing the roof. It was leaks. The subways going to. We're fixing everything inside, outside. We're keeping the colors. We're keeping the moldings. We love history. My clients for this application, one of them is a history major, and we're not changing anything. We love history, and we love West Village, and please give us this opportunity to, and once again, this is the wine, and this is a natural wine. We're bringing something new in the community that we all appreciate, and we're going to create the community with premium Australian coffee in the morning, but because of immense amount of, once the business plan doesn't work outside of the license.
Okay,
Thank
could
you
you
so
just do me one favor? Give me your name again.
much. My name is David Chasey. Chasey.
Like, how do you spell it?
CHEIDZE.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And you're consulting with them.
Yeah,
You're not
I'm
on
not
the,
a-
you're
oh,
consulting, you're not a
okay.
principal. Okay,
Thank
got it. Okay, thank you. Yes, Katie?
I want to say thank you so much to everyone about your comments even too. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, wait one second. Wait,
Wait.
you're not quite off
Okay.
yet.
So I'm looking at the diagram of the seller plan. And when people come down the stairs, there's some food preparation area. And how is the food preparation area separated from the public
With the
stair-
wall.
So
Wall.
where's the wall, please? Here's the stairs. And how did? Oh, and then so how do, I don't understand, how do the workers get into this area? This must be a door, okay.
And I'm sorry, is there a bathroom in the space? I'm looking for the diagram now.
Oh, restroom, sure.
A restroom, there is, for a patron restroom, yeah.
Why I'm dividing,
Thank
and I'm building a new wall. Yeah,
We're once again with the architects.
yeah, he's working over there, so.
The stairs in the back go down to the bathroom.
Restroom, and it's divided from the
And
preparation
then,
area,
yeah,
of
and you build it.
course.
Got
Yeah.
it.
It's by the regulations, of course, everything.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a nice day.
The next application is going to be Maison Welles LLC at 18 East 13th Street. Says we're on a run of these. This is a tavern wine previously unlicensed location.
introduce yourself, Anna?
Hi, I'm Anna Alisa Martinez.
Finish up Tuesday's agenda. So this is a tavern wine license application for Maison Welles LLC. DBA is to be determined, located at 18 East 13th Street between Fifth Avenue and University. The space was recently renovated. We're taking over a premises that was the Village Copier, which went out of business about 4 years ago.
Oh, I can't tell you how much time I spent at Village
Mouth
Copier.
That was the renovation. We'll be opening in the morning as a coffee tea cafe. We'll have a light menu for lunch consisting of salads and paninis, a brunch on the weekends. It will not be a bottomless brunch with unlimited alcohol. We'll be at about 4 p.m. We'll be switching over into a wine bar. There are 16 tables, 40 seats in the service bar, all on the first floor. The basement is used for storage. We'll have background music. The hours of operation will be 7 a.m. to 12 a.m., 7 days a week. Anna will be an on-site owner-operator. We haven't settled on prices yet. That's why they're not on the menu, but we can run through them. We did hand in 12 letters of support, 2 of the 4 apartments from our building signed, 8 others on the block, and 2 from around the corner. There is a major retail aspect to this that Anna will explain.
Good evening. Can you hear? Good evening, everyone. I will say no fancy degree can prepare you for this experience. So what my team and I, what we're trying to do is reconfigure the way people shop and make it that it's a space that sort of offer the amenities. So the opportunity of the wine and beer aspect in the evening is more so to give exposure. Our retail aspect is to be a collaborative space, to invite young entrepreneurs, but more importantly, the artistic community. We have been partnering with Parsons School of Design, and is to give up and coming students, and as we know, that is a very difficult journey they go in ahead. So if our space could be a place where they can forthcome and show their art, that is sort of where we are. And everything in our space will be decorated with the partnership of emerging and upcoming artists, and that's the retail aspect of it. But we wish to embrace their talent, and therefore we would like to capitalize on the different ways that we can call traffic for the space. And of course, I've now learned to see you sometime soon again in the renewal, that I intend to operate to the best of the ability in keeping order, but within reason, understanding that we all just want to be successful.
So I'm going to start, the website says Champagne and Members Club. So is this a members club, or what is this exactly? It's
That's more
very-
of a branding, and that's the sub logo, and that's sort of future for merchandise to make the cafe cool.
So is it going to be a members club? Are people going to have to, is this going to be a members club?
Not at the moment, no.
Well, but what does that mean? I mean, this is, your website is coming soon, and that's what it says on it.
Our main logo is the panther, the Baroque style panther, and then there's a sub logo that is for merchandise. It's more of a streetwear sort of style to call it a.
Well,
members
it says
club.
Maison Welles Champagne and Members Club Cafe and Atelier.
We will
So
not be a members club.
Then why does it say that?
It's just a cool way of branding.
But it's not a cool way of branding because people will think it's a members club. That's what it's saying that it is. I'm sorry, but that is what it's saying that it is. That's what people will be expecting.
I understand.
Yes.
Hi, members club is a defined term. You know.
It is a defined term, or it,
In the
yeah.
liquor license, I'm sure Michael knows this, so we're a little confused, because if you were a members club, if that's what you're saying, then we have to give you a different kind of license. So we want to know what kind, right, Donna? We wanna
There's
know-
a few issues, but yeah,
I mean,
or
that's one of them.
that's one issue.
You can't say members club and not a, we're confused, because if we said you're a members club, you should be applying for a members club license, and you're not applying for that. So right from the beginning, it's confusing to us, because that's a
Right.
specific term. Okay, good.
Again, I do not intend to be a members club. I will discuss with the branding team in terms of how we can modify the
So
sub
that's
logo.
then my next question is I'm still confused. The note I wrote to myself in big letters when I looked through this application, because I thought you were coming on Tuesday, was what is this? And I still don't understand what this is. Is it a retail place, a gallery place, a wine bar, it's just very vague to me what this is.
It's a retail space and where
Selling what?
Curated products from clothing all the way to ceramic work depends on the artist and depends what their artistic talent is.
Merchandise will be changed.
So
We
what
may-
will determine what that's going to be?
Well,
What is the primary business?
we would merchandise just curated goods. So let's say we have a student that's right now doing hand knitted sweaters, but we also have a student that is designing our counter space, and he's a student at Parsons, and that counter space would be available for purchase as well as available for custom orders. We have a glass artist that is designing our water glass, and we would also showcase that in the retail space. It's an immersive retail experience where the cafe and the champagne and wine suits us as an additional amenity to the space and to call the attraction for the retail aspect of it.
Dr. Smith?
It sounds interesting, Anna, but now are you only going to be using the designers from Parsons, or will it just be designers in general?
I think we want to heavily invest in our neighborhood, which that would be Parsons, but it would also entail collaborations with emerging artists, worldly, nationally. We're not really limited in our marketing strategies to really just find really, really special products that have a story behind it, whether it's a small artisan, a never known artisan, whether it's someone that curates seeds in Japan or someone that just lives in Bushwick and does abstract painting. We don't want to limit, hence the fact that we want to create a space that is inviting and collaborative.
I think you should give more serious consideration to whether.
have to hold it
I
right
thi-
up to you, Dr.
I
Smith.
think you need to really give more consideration as to whether or not, I think you should not put in members club, if that's what, I know you said you want to go back to your branding team,
Correct.
but that's going to make it really confusing.
Understood.
Which one of the two of you is going?
So I'm just trying to understand this here, because I know you have a business plan and all, right? So is the primary business here that you make money from is a retail business, and then there's a cafe inside it, and the cafe is accessory? Or are you primarily a eating and drinking establishment that also sells some things on the side?
Primarily eating and drinking establishment with a retail space inside.
Okay. And then the art is neither here nor there. It's just it's part of the experience of the place.
Correct.
Right? Okay. Thank you.
And just to make it clear, that sub logo is not commercialized. Again, it was more of a mistake of a branding. It's something that may go on a baseball cap as a cafe merch, but it's not the main logo that is used to advertise the space.
Well, okay. I beg to differ with you because you have one page on the website and that's taking up the second half of it. So I'm sorry, but I just don't that it's not just appearing on the cap, it's the only thing on the page.
Or Carter goes on, I had a couple of other issues beyond this kind of thing. So, accordion doors. Right, it says you have accordion opening, like an opening facade coming in this?
There would be a small window by the bar area. That's what that means.
Okay, so
Not a
the
door, it's a tiny-
questionnaire is checked yes for accordion open front. I just want to make sure that's not
an
the,
open.
it's not, okay. I wanted to be clear on that, thank you. And then I have some thoughts on hours, but I know we have other issues to deal with first. We'll come back to it.
Yeah, it was just the retail concept. I mean, how much revenue are you thinking that's going to generate? I mean, you're selling students' work. So, I mean, it doesn't sound very formulated. And whenever we've heard these types of applications over the years, they end up not being that. because it's such a difficult business to find little products to sell in the middle of a store.
Correct. As I
So
mentioned, the
you know,
main
and it
component-
doesn't seem like there's any thematic, you're just like, oh, whatever, we're gonna sell something.
Yeah, no, I think the main component, as I declare, we are food and beverage establishment. That's sort of what we gear in the business plan to keep the overhead. But I am heavily invested in that being a core part of our business, and that's the retail. We are invested in emerging upcoming artists, but we will be curating collaborative with other products that are not necessarily, or perhaps is in the different price point, but we will make it that it's as important as the food and beverage establishment.
Yeah, I mean, the retail is just a little teeny bit in the space, right?
No, not quite. In fact,
So-
the cafe only takes up about 200 square feet of the space, and the rest is pretty much retail.
Well, I see a seating diagram
Which
that has only a teeny area that says retail,
Well, the retail
and the
No.
majority of it,
items on shelves.
Sorry, so that entire area is merchandised as retail. So as I said, the counterpiece is a retail product. So it's just the way we design the space that would be the retail itself. It's more immersive than it is products on shelves.
so,
If you look at the seating takes up a lot more room than any retail spot. If you have a retail shelf in the middle, a retail shelf on the wall by the restroom, we have 3 separate seating areas that are about 3 times the size of the retail area.
I can.
yeah, that's my point.
I can.
That's Carter's point.
Yeah, so the retail is small.
These are all, there will be built-in millwork of shelving throughout this area. So you're sitting in a library for the students who have coffee in a much more secluded and quiet area, but you're also immersed in products throughout the space. This year, that table is more for referencing as to when I have, say, a brand meeting with that table, but that is a movable product that can be removed. And again, throughout that entire space is millwork of merchandise.
Okay, and then as far as I see the application provided a C of O, but that's for the old building. I mean, this building's had a gut renovation, is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
So that's not valid. And there's a new C of O.
Gave you the C of O that was online. So when the landlord has a new C of O.
Well, they do have one. They do have one, and it has an occupancy that's significantly less.
Yeah.
It's only 30 on the new one.
If need be, we can get it 11 with no objection.
Because that's a brand new permit, and it doesn't match what you have.
You may have like older plans. I could.
You have older plans.
No.
We have
sorry.
I have the new one.
No, I'm
That's what
talking
you're-
to Michael Cow. I'm talking to Michael. Yes,
I have ones that are dated
Well, I
March
think-
17th, 2025.
Yeah.
It
Right,
doesn't
so
get
the
much newer
DOB
than
did,
that.
there were a few exchanges with the DOB, and we recently updated as of, I would say, Friday of last week, we've updated the plan, so I could forward you this evening, that,
You know how many seats and tables on that plan?
a lot less.
Because it says the maximum persons here is 30. And generally on these newer C of Os, they won't do an LNO. So that's a significantly different.
All right, then we'll keep it down to the C of O.
But
This-
that's sort of
application, we got
but
about
that
11.
obliviates the
Yeah.
business model.
Right. I mean, if
I
the,
mean, so I guess I'm just confused what the plan is.
I'll tell you what the plan is, and it won't be a members club, because we're getting a tavern wine license where all drinks will be charged for. Members club, they're giving away.
They're sold at members clubs. The only difference is it limits who can come in.
They're nonprofits, so we're not a nonprofit.
Well, doesn't seem to be the case anymore, but.
can I let? Go ahead, Brian.
So just to clarify, this was an unlicensed space before?
Yeah.
All right, so this will be the first time we have a liquor license in the space. And the you called it a collaborative space, and I wondered if that meant that there would actually be space for artists to demonstrate their work or produce something or have some interactive set.
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you.
They'll be producing the work in the space?
It depends on the direction, depends, maybe we could do, and it depends on the setup and how feasible it is. So yes, could we have someone come and do paint splatter on denim if that's their trade or craft? Possibly. Could we have someone do play ceramics? No, we cannot host a Clint. Could we have a welder come in? Probably not. But within reason of things that we can do within the space that is also safe for everyone, yes, we will.
Well, I like the idea that at least you are giving opportunities to entrepreneurs. I'm an entrepreneur myself. I like that. But I want to just ask, can you give some idea of the pricing for the food? It doesn't have to be exactly, but give
Yes.
us an idea.
And this estimate is subject to cost of beverage and things. But right now for breakfast, you're looking at pastries anywhere from $4.75 to probably, hello? Yeah, so early morning cafe, you're looking at your average coffee price of $7 to $10. And that's between pastries and so forth. Lunch will range between 15 to 38 if they were to add some sort of protein to that palette. Brunch 25 to 42, and the evening menu will also consider brunch 25 to 42 if they consider.
Does anybody have anything further? It just, is it let's talk about hours.
Just, I want to talk about hours because you're talking like a 7 a.m. to midnight every day, right? And, I recognize that there's a lot of commercial on this block and industrial, but it's a mixed-use block and they're all residents. And those seem like to midnight every night on a residential street, it seems pretty aggressive to me. Is there any way that those hours could be pared back a little?
Absolutely. Sure.
11's fine.
Fair enough.
And try to be respectful in the mornings, right? A lot of people might be, they have jobs, they get home late, right? They're trying to sleep in the mornings, making a lot of racket at 7 a.m. Daily cafes generate a lot of noise because of they have need food delivery, garbage pickup every day before you open, which means before 7 often, right? So, right, I'm just saying, please be very respectful of your neighbor and careful and listen to them because you're going to make that block way noisier than it is right now.
I understand.
So what were the hours that you?
11 on weeknights, 12 on Friday.
So did you talk to any of the block associations, the 13th Street, East 13th Street?
I have
University 12th? Yeah.
CBDA, Carol Granfield.
Okay.
Type of thing, is down in the area.
Yeah, she's in there.
I think the 13th Street Block Association started on 6th Avenue and one west.
Yeah.
Yeah.
May I ask, in the rare occasion that, let's say we have a private event, and let's just assume, if I were to get the neighbors, particularly the ones from above and immediately next by, that the event may run by 11:30, let's say if it was on a Wednesday, is that okay?
Whatever are the hours are the hours.
Noted.
So
But
And then the next thing is how many events are you having? It's just,
there's no private parties.
so, right, if there's no private parties, how many private parties are you having or events are you having?
Well, it's not part of the business plan, but I don't definitely want it excluded. I don't know what's ahead of me from a financial perspective. And as you've all noticed, this is a bit of a wacky ventured, and I'm investing wholeheartedly my time in economics. So I don't want to limit should a client or an artist.
Well, so that's the other, who are the clients? I mean, now it's sounding like an event space, if you having clients, or which it
It's a
is.
space, and I think we could definitely say that every space in New York City start off for some sort of event, whether we advertise it as that or not. It's not unusual for someone to say, we love the decor, we love your space. Let's say it's an artist and they want to host a private showing for their immediate guest list. I'm asking so that I know how to operate and that within those rules I can follow, but I certainly don't want to make promises and exclude my business potentials for future opportunities.
And they would suggest you say 12 a year. I mean,
Or unless it's an event space, if it's going to run, I just want to know how it's operating.
Not an
That's
event
what I
space.
would want
Yeah,
to.
2 a month, 24 a year.
Don't, you tell, it's your business and your business model, so we need to hear what you need to make your business successful. It's not, I don't even completely understand what this is, so I can't certainly say what works.
24 a year.
Which way do you want it, 24 a year or 2 a month?
Think we have 4 and
Right, exactly. That's why I said that. Okay, does anybody have, it's just not completely clear to me.
Yeah, this is a really unfocused business, and I'm just not comfortable with those later hours, because, I mean, this is kind of, oh, we might do this, we might do that.
It's always gonna operate as a wine bar.
But that's.
Right, but that's the thing, but when you do the events, when you showcase things, when you have opening parties, when you do that all with art later at night, there's a totally different impact.
Right, but we will make sure that we follow.
Right, so that's
Our
why I
hours
think
of
that you should have
operation.
earlier hours,
Right.
because that's where the impact is at night. People don't care if you have an impact at 5, 6 p.m., 7 p.m. They're concerned after 10 o'clock is the impact,
I just
so.
don't, again, I don't know that we're going to pursue that road, but I don't want to
And
limit.
I think
I
just from.
can't make promises.
That's
on
what you're saying, the
hypothetical.
fact that that's what you're saying, I think is what's making many of us uncomfortable. We're used to creative ideas. We've had people come in here with spaces that are art working spaces where they're doing little wine thing in the back. We've had one recently that I can think of off the top of my head. And they do those sorts of things. We're comfortable with that. I think what we're not comfortable with here is that this is nothing in this is clearly defined. That's the problem. So, you don't know if you need to, what you need to be open for because you're just not sure what's going to work. I understand that, but it's very difficult for us sitting at this side to evaluate it. And
Should we say private parties end at 10 p.m.?
no, because I'm concerned of it's not even a private party. It's, you can, anything going on, there are people that live around there and it doesn't have to be a private party. It could be an opening of anything or a new artist showing something that's not closed to the public, but people coming and going until 11, 12 o'clock at night with their wine and champagne. And, it's not a restaurant. It's an event space, showroom of different things.
Can we-
It'll never be an event space, per se, an event space is closed to the public. This is gonna be.
Right, but it will have
Yeah,
multiple events, not
but
closed to
what
the
you've
public.
described
It's an event.
as what you want to do goes with events. And what that is that you're saying, oh, we're showcasing all these people from wherever, from locally, from Parsons all the way to around the world. Every time there's events happening, there's an opening. And that's what you're trying to use to attract people. That's your hook, right? Is having all that stuff to attract people. So that only works if you get the hype with it or whatever it is. And those are generally events. And those events are the things that have the impact as they run later. And there's no clarity on anything. So it's just, so you're just it's not a typical wine bar, which we have in our community, which is just a small place that doesn't have some other thing. And they're generally smaller than this. And you have people coming in and it's, based around food concept or something else to get people in. This is a lot of different things.
So
And almost all of the ones that we've had like this, just not a comment on you, don't work. Almost every single place that's been a retail market, it ends up being all food and beverage. A jeans store is now Jack's on Bond. That started off selling jeans as their primary business, just as an example. There's another place in the West Village that had a whole food part that they were selling, ends up being only eating and drinking. And so there's plenty of those examples. So I guess that without knowing the concept, the part is that you have all this open space, you're trying to get people in, you don't know what that is. It's not.
Okay, so understood. So, to be fair, I think I would prefer to send you our actual business plan, which is far more clear, more cohesive, and concise to what exactly we envision. If I'm allowed to do that by tomorrow, that would.
We have to talk about this tonight, so that if you want to lay it over, you can, I just don't know.
But I mean, for the sake of in good faith, I was quite honest in declaring that I am all of those things. I didn't start as retail and snuck up and lied and became wine and bar. I am declaring and coming here with little limitations in being honest and forthcoming of my intention to exercise all of those things. And I'm being transparent in saying that whether it's not organized or not, that's up to me as an operator to figure it out.
So I think
I just want to be clear. I don't think anybody here is suggesting that you are being nefarious or a trickster. I think what I heard Mr. Booth say, and his concern is that there seems to be a lot, from what we're hearing, we feel like we're getting a lack of clarity about what it's going to be, which makes it difficult for us to assess the impact that it's going to be having on the community and on the people who live on that block. Because again, that block is not wholly commercial. There are people who live there. And as I said, 7 to midnight or now 11, on weeknights and things like that is still, that's a huge impact on that block, right? And eating and drinking establishment, which means, as I said, all the delivery trucks and the garbage truck, it's a big impact on that block. We're trying to assess what that impact is and what the subsidiary impacts are of events and things like that. And it's difficult for us when we don't feel like we have clarity on what this is going to be. But nobody that I have heard, and certainly not me, doubts your sincerity or goodwill or honor.
Thank you. Thank you. And so I know that it's hard to envision how the current plans you have, but the space is designed if and when we were to have an event or an opening of a new product or collaboration, the cafe will not be available. So the seating starts to minimize. So the space designed for that starts beyond the cafe point, which is that lounge I indicated earlier, all the way to where I said the library. So it becomes even more intimate and even smaller. So in any given time right now, that space would only hold the first part, 22 people, standing or seated, and the further back would only hold 10 people. So in any given time, by comfort and for the quality of the experience, we would never exceed an event that would have more than, 30 people.
That's just seated spaces. So you're only going to have people sitting at an event?
Is it seated or
Yeah,
standing?
but I'm saying that there are 13 seats. There's plenty of space around that. I mean,
But again,
that's not how events work.
Right, which we're
people
not
come,
in
they
a-
stand up and they stand around and they.
These big events.
Right.
These are
No,
not- These are not artists that are well known.
I would
These
say
are-
this is a sit-down candlelight dinner, one artist discussing amongst other or similar-minded people about what this product means or what this collaboration is. It's meant to be an intimate space and it's designed in that way. I don't see it ever getting out of hand. And
Well,
again, the
if I-
focus is to really highlight the artistic aspect. I don't know that we can do that if it's music and loudness rather than exchange of conversations.
I think to address Carter's point about the total capacity and so forth, you're working with an architect. There will be a limitation on the occupancy. I notice it's one entrance, one exit. That is a severe limitation for a very deep space. And if you overcrowd, they're not going to be able to all get out in an emergency. So there's going to be a limit. It'll be stated, hopefully posted, so that you have an event where there is more standing, and that means people can be closer together, but there will still be a limitation. And that's what you'll have to control. And I think that as long as it is understood by us that that's how these occupancies are stated, calculated, and posted, and has to be enforced, that's a given. It's not something that we are controlling. And so I don't think we're saying that this is something that, well, I mean, standard language is that you will comply with those kinds of rulings.
Brian, you're saying that the occupancy might be less than the 74 that they have put down as max occupancy?
It's 30.
It's 30.
It's 30.
That's
On the
CFO is
CFO
30.
right now, it's 30.
But their application says that the max occupancy is 74.
No, that was previously. There was a disconnect between ownership's certificate of occupancy and the DOB, and that was flagged. And as I said, I believe these plans are a lot older than they've recently, and I'm more than happy to resubmit those. It states 40, but we, in conversation
well,
to
it
get
says
along,
30.
we said 30.
It says 30.
And that's going down. But the conversation's going like this is a total event space. If you have a student coming in and showing off some of their art or whatever they're making, you're not gonna be getting hundreds of people. This is not some major event. If she has it. 95% of the time, it's going to be breakfast, lunch, brunch, wine bar. We've gotten into this track where this is an event space. It's not an event space.
Well,
She might have a couple of things where people.
Mike, she's not, I'm just going to say, this is not being described as a wine bar, where she's being very clear on, I mean, she may
It's
not be
intent-
being very clear, but she's being very clear on that this is not a wine bar. I mean, you didn't come in here to say this was a wine bar. You came in here saying it's curating products with charcuterie and food and
And
coffee
we like to add wine
and
as
wine
an
and-
amenity. That
Right,
is
right, exactly. So it's
So-
not like when we hear a wine
all the
bar and
more-
it's sitting with a little wine bar around and in a little
So
space.
all the
It's a-
more reason our space is heavily intentional and intimate. So given that we're not focused in just a bar, makes it that the quality of the experience should be within what seems to be reservations or concerns for this board.
So I'm gonna go back to Carter's point sort of about the impacts and not knowing the impacts, and if you can function with anything any earlier, you know, because, go ahead, I mean.
You know, so each of the businesses that you're describing, the places that do work have a significant more amount of attention on them. You know, a coffee shop is a super hard business to get up and running and get enough clientele to make your numbers, to pay your rents, right? A lunch business is the same thing. A dinner business is a totally separate thing, and that's also the same thing. A retail concept is also the same thing. Not having any sort of focus that we can see that are in the plans, like it's just general things, general concepts, and not really being able to share it quickly with us that we can understand it, gives us some pause about, you know, what are you going to end up being if not one of those aspects works, because it'll dramatically change the business. I mean, you know, getting people to come in the morning is not easy. You know, most places in our community say they want to do lunch and it doesn't work because there's no business.
Can we
you
meet
know,
halfway?
so- What's that?
Can we meet halfway? Let's say for
You know,
starters.
so I mean, this is just, and when I look at your list, you know, that's a lot of different food products. It's a lot of keeping your kitchen running, being able to have all of those items available to your customers. having the staffing, and the staffing costs just keep going up and up and up. The delivery fees for all these food keep going up and up and up. We hear that from all the operators. So it's just hard to figure out how this is all going to be put together, because it's a very big menu that you've given us. And then you say right on the front page that you're actually a wine bar with a retail aspect. That's not a breakfast business. That's not a lunch business. So there's a lot of different things going on there. And that's where the concern is that what happens if things don't work? Oftentimes places resort to just doing a little more events, a little more pop-up, and then they go out of business. So the concern here is, what's actually happening. Nobody's saying your business is bad. We just don't know what it is.
Yeah.
So,
Would it give,
Basically, they're gonna have a breakfast aspect, a lunch aspect, a wine bar aspect. If the breakfast doesn't work, they'll close down the breakfast bar, but this is something that she's shooting for.
So
She's looking at a lot of different aspects.
what about hours of 10 and 11?
10, you mean 10 weekdays, 11?
Mm-hmm.
What if we kept 11 weekends and weekdays, and then we can revisit if I show in good faith that I've operated according to your standards, and I can come back and disclose, hey guys, the business is operating according to standards, but it seems like we have a demand to extend our weekend hours to midnight as we had originally proposed.
Yeah. I don't. I mean, I threw out the 10 and 11 because because you're
All right.
already opening in the morning to have breakfasts and lunches and events during the day.
The breakfast and the morning really is considering our student body. That entire block is really overwhelmed with students heading to class. We honestly would lose, to your colleague's point. It costs to have an employee there with minimum or even increased wages. That is purely an investment to our neighbors, the students.
I mean,
Over
I mean,
again,
yeah.
please, Anna, thank you. So I'm just, these are just informational questions. I just want to know, I have 3 questions. Have you any experience in the hospitality industry?
Yes, I led the RFP for Wellman Rink, and I work directly with New York Parks.
Do you have any experience in the retail industry?
Yes, I'm an avid shopper, and I did ages ago launch a denim brand that I exit to Urban Outfitters.
And so, do you have any specific experience with running an establishment that serves liquor?
Yeah, so after the RFP for Wellman Rink, I stayed as the senior director of strategy, and I led all the departments from marketing to the food and beverage.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Is this Mr. McNeil behind you? Okay, thank you. I may have missed that earlier.
Standing in the background mute.
Okay, so I was asking 10 o'clock and 11 o'clock, and you're saying 11 o'clock.
10 and 11.
10 and 11, okay. That's better.
And of course, we can come back later.
You can, no, everybody can always come back, when nobody's ever stopped from coming back, so. Okay, I think, you're still here. Okay, are we good? We good? Yep. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
There
Thank
was
you. for your
nobody here
time.
from the public. I didn't have anybody from the public here on this, right? Okay. All right, thank you. Thanks. Anna. Huh? Yeah, okay. Okay, so the next one we're going to call is Room Service Gansevoort Street LLC, doing business as room service at 63 Gansevoort, also known as 2230 Little West 12th Street. This is an on-premise for a tavern. Just let me just say one thing. It was just pointed out to me. The Center for Goods, where is it, Carter? Center for Goods LLC and Howard Fine LLC doing business as Roman and Williams, Guild at, what's the address is over on Howard and Mercer, 53 Howard. If anybody is here for that, they appeared on Tuesday night for outdoor seating on the sidewalk and roadbed on Howard and Mercer both. And they were going to come tonight because there were issues with the sidewalk. They have removed the sidewalk and they have signed stipulations for the roadbed closing at 10 o'clock, which was what we discussed at our meeting. So, so they are not coming and that has been resolved. They may come back. They're still working on the sidewalk part, but the roadbed part is done. And they will not file on the sidewalk. If they need to file on the sidewalk, nothing will be filed on that until they come to us. Okay, so, sorry, go ahead, Frank.
Don't be silly. Good evening, my name is Frank Palolo, and I have with me.
Chris Rita.
We are planning to open the tavern at 63 Gansevoort Street, where the premise has been licensed for a long time, actually. I think there's 2 licenses before that.
Yeah.
And you have to let me get my water on. I know, Don, that you met with Chris. If you guys have any questions, we're more than happy to answer.
Yeah. Let's go through the application because one of the requests I had was that the application be accurate to what you're asking for. So it seems like the hours are 4 to 12, Sunday, closed Monday, 5 to 12, Tuesday to Wednesday, 5 to 4 a.m., Thursday to Saturday. There is, let me see what else I wrote down. There's DJs, live music, iPods, private parties. It's all on one floor. There's 6 tables, 38 seats, and 1 bar with 7 seats. That all correct?
Correct.
Okay. So it was previously, just so everybody is aware, it was previously licensed as the SNS bar, which from about 2019. And they had hours of 9 p.m. to 12 a.m. Sunday through Wednesday, and Thursdays were 9 p.m. to 2 a.m. And they had no outside promoters. They had DJs and live music, but they were doing this as part of also their product launches because they had a store that was on Little West 12th, and then this was part of that. So that's what that was. And before that, it was Sub Rosa, which was special consideration there too, because that was the Blue Note opening up that space. And this was the back exit of that, and they had they at least applied for other floors in the building. So that was Jazz then, which was the Blue Note people. So
That's it in a nutshell.
that's it. All right. Okay. So I think maybe I'll just go to the public first. Right? I mean, no reason to. Go ahead, Katie.
I do see that you're going to have private parties. So what's the business plan? How many?
We
On that.
for private events.
That's what you said.
Yeah, we're going to have probably anywhere from 1 to 3 a month, I would say. I don't want to limit myself to how many I could have, but
It's actually 4 to 6. Come on.
So that's 72 a year.
Correct. We can come down on that, but I want to be consistent with what we have in the application. And it is 4 to 6.
Well, okay, all right, so we'll evaluate the
Yeah, certainly.
application. Okay, so, and this is a cocktail lounge? And so do you want to explain the DJs, the live music, what kind of all of that?
The live music will be bands. It'll be bands. And the DJs will be vinyl DJs. They're gonna be playing all vinyl. So we're not doing any kind of like CDJs and stuff like that.
Okay.
Doing all vinyl that people could go up and pick their records and play them. So we're gonna own the records. It's gonna be so soundproof. We showed Donna plans of what we're intending to do. Because that stairwell is it's about 50 feet from the sidewalk. That's 70. So it's 70 feet from the sidewalk, and the whole thing wasn't soundproof before. So we're gonna soundproof the whole thing as you go down the stairs. Plus, in the front, we're putting a little coffee bar in the front of the store. So it's between RH and Conrad. Yes.
Okay, so there's nothing about the coffee bar in the application. Since we're going by the application, that's why I said I wanted to see an application that actually tells me what you're doing, so I don't have to sit here and guess, and the committee doesn't have to sit here and guess.
I'm just going based off of the stuff I showed you.
But this is not, that's what I
yeah,
said
no,
to you very clearly when we had our community meeting, that get us something in here so that everybody and the public who goes online and looks at this can see what the application is. So it's hard to evaluate something when you don't have anything in here that shows that.
Okay.
So if there's going to be a coffee bar and there's some other method of operation other than being open at 4 o'clock and 5 o'clock, then somebody should explain to the public and to the committee exactly what this is.
The coffee is ancillary. We have this space in between RH.
You're talking to us.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was trying to talk to everybody, but we have this space that that is in between RH and Common Ground, and it's off the street, and there's a staircase that goes down. So what we wanted to do was we thought about putting a little coffee bar upstairs in between this, because the neighborhood really on that block doesn't have coffee except for Maman around the corner and Cold Brick, which is about 2.5 blocks away.
And Frenchette, which is a block away, and Pastis across the street.
No, the pastis isn't to go. It's like people sit inside, eat.
And so what's the deal with the coffee bar? So when would you open?
We would open the coffee bar around 9 a.m. and the coffee bar would close around 3.
Okay, and is there music up there?
No, only background music.
So there's music up there.
Yeah, background.
So there will be speakers up there.
Yes, 1.
Okay,
No television.
that's a relief. Okay. And then the bands will just be any kind of band, percussion,
Yes,
brass, just live bands.
yes.
Okay.
3-piece band, so it won't be a full.
Okay. And is the coffee stand staying up at the top area?
Yes, it is.
So when it's not coffee, so it's right before you go down the first set of steps? Is that where it is? It's right before you go down the first
Yes.
set of steps?
Yes.
So it's right in that entry?
Mm-hmm.
And, okay, so that will just close?
That'll close and it'll be used as a check-in area for the nighttime.
So are the coffee, the shelving will be there? I
Yes.
mean, I guess it's set up as a coffee shop?
Set up as a coffee, it looks like a coffee bar.
Okay.
They'll have a big coffee machine in the middle of it.
And that will stay there, and
It'll
people,
stay
when
there.
people come in,
Yeah,
that's
they'll walk right
there.
past it.
Okay, and that's where you'll have your host stand at night?
Yes.
And
It'll
then,
double as a host stand.
okay, and then the people go downstairs?
Yes. Well, the people will be, they'll be brought downstairs. by
Okay.
hosts.
All right, I'm just going to say that the problems we've had with this space have always been the loud sound coming out of it from the doors, even though they were supposed to be closed when anybody comes and goes. There are residences, I realize, not right across the street, but have apartments that overlook there. People can hear this a block and a half away. I'm also going to say that, you know, your place next door that's open till 4 AM is a problem often for residents in the neighborhood with loud music coming out of that. And just also, there's a 4 AM license right next door downstairs in the Restoration Hardware Guest House space. So this is sort of making that whole area be one big little party space there with loud music potentially coming out, which is an area that faces, is the block closest to the residents in Meatpacking.
The loud problem that S&S had, we feel that we're fixing it because of all the soundproofing and what we're doing in the 70-foot entryway.
And what about when the people leave at 4 o'clock in the morning and 3 o'clock in the morning?
The space right now is,
When they're out on our streets?
the space right now is 98 people.
That's-
That's who we're gonna have coming in and
That's
out.
90 people out at the street at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Well, right now, I don't have everybody that leaves all at once. They always stagger. So they leave between 2 and between 3:30. That's when, you know, by the time 3:30 to 4, I have maybe 50 people that leave. I'm talking about Congress. I'm not talking about this. And it's only 2 nights a week.
Okay. I'm gonna go to the public. Zach? Are you speaking? Did you fill out a card?
Hi, name is Zach Weinstein. I live at 92 Horatio Street. The applicant had a community meeting for this a week ago, and I apologize both to Chris and to the board because I was unable to attend that meeting. I had a couple of questions about the application and then a couple of comments. On the application, it states that the premises are entirely in one building. I've always been confused about this layout because the entrance seems to be in 63 Gansevoort, but my understanding was the space is in the basement of 22 Little West 12th. Just wanted to bring that up. The application says this is not in a landmark, is not in a landmark district, not landmarked. Of course, it is in a landmark district. The application says there's going to be a facade change. Obviously, that does need to go through landmarks, and just want to have clarity about that. The application says nothing about music level. I'm assuming that it's going to be entertainment level, but again, you know, just wanted to make sure that's specified. A couple of things. The coffee bar I'm concerned about. I mean, it's not in the application. Is there going to be seating there? Is there going to be exterior seating associated with the coffee bar? I am confused. I'm also concerned about background music, particularly if it's just a place to go in and pick up stuff and walk out with it. It means the doors will be open frequently, probably kept open during the day to attract customers in. And really, it seems to me any speaker in that space immediately adjacent to the sidewalk is potentially problematic. Getting back to the core of the application, the noise issue. I think everyone agrees that this is probably a space that is appropriate for entertainment level live music. It is in a basement. It's inherently pretty soundproof, with one exception. That exception is this huge staircase that comes out of the space onto Gansevoort Street. And what I think is really necessary to see from the applicant is a very specific, clear plan. How will that noise be blocked from coming up the stairway? Because I don't think that simply putting acoustical treatments onto the walls of the stairway are going to do it. There needs to be a heavy curtain or a doorway or some physical thing that's going to block the noise from coming up that stairway. I'm sure it's doable, but I think there really has to be specifics about how it's going to be done. Next question. I'm confused about the capacity because the seating capacity is 45 people. And yet we're told that, the actual number of people will probably be 90 people. And the business plan, the method of operation says that this space is defined for a refined seated experience. So what are the extra 40 people who don't have seats going to be doing in this space that's a seated experience? Again, I'd like some more clarity about that. I heard from people who were present at the community meeting that there's going to be bottle service. Again, that's a concern, particularly since if you have a lot of people, are people going to be standing around? Are there going to be 90 people in there at 4 a.m.? There's going to be entertainment level live music, plus bottle service. It starts feeling like something that could get a little heavy duty, a little crazy. What next? Oh, and then I guess the last question is, the application states there'll be sidewalk ropes to control people waiting to get in. That's an issue. I mean, again, particularly with a place that's late night, bottle service, which hopefully there won't be, live music. I think there does need to be capacity to hold people waiting inside somehow, particularly with that long stairway. But again, I think, and it's been an issue at Common Ground with the numbers of people waiting outside on occasion. So again, some kind of provision for having an interior location for people to wait would, I think, be really helpful. And I believe that's about it. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else? I don't have a speaker card. Did you fill out a speaker card? Yes, you did. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Joyce Goldsman. I live at 61 Jane Street. I share all of Zach's concerns, particularly the bottle service, closing time, how to prevent noise from coming out. I don't know that this is relevant, but is there dancing?
I don't think so, but we'll
Okay,
ask that question.
I'm
Doesn't it-
curious,
it
when you have a
doesn't say
live
that.
band and bottle service,
Right.
are people dancing? Which means they're coming out of the place pretty much at the same time. They may be staggering, and staggering is the issue, particularly in this neighborhood. I would also like to say that Kate Bostock, who is the president of the Jane Street Block Association, could not be here tonight. She asked me to please express her concerns about these same issues: bottle service, closing time, noise, etc. Thank you.
Thank you. Joyce, just fill out a speaker card, please.
I did. Leslie Clark,
Yes,
with
you
West
did.
Village Residents. I was in the community meeting, and I just wanted to report about that. The bottle service was a big issue, and Chris Rita seemed to be absolutely adamant that he needed it. I thought that was a central problem with the neighbors who were there at that meeting, bottle service, especially because, if I am correct, he said the kitchen would be closing before midnight. So you have people coming in. I think he said the kitchen would be closing at 11. So you're going to have people there for 5 hours with no food, drinking shots from bottles. At least that would seem to me to be the logical conclusion from this business model. In fact, there didn't seem to be much of a kitchen at all, even when it was open. He did also say he wouldn't let drunk people come from somewhere else to continue drinking into the late hours at my place. Well, it would seem to me that is perhaps exactly what would happen with a business model of this sort, especially with these hours and no food and bottles on the table. He even acknowledged when asked, well, if he offered to have the bottles stop serving it too. Well, what would stop somebody from just ordering a couple of bottles at 1:45? Especially since the wait staff love that, since they get tips on those bottles. The other issue, of course, the hours was a major issue. And I think the neighbors wanted 2, not 4. And the other thing was, I found the whole business of who was coming when confusing and not credible. He said at first it was going to be a drop-in place, and there were going to be reservations only unless you came and during the reservation hours, and then you could drop in. So it didn't seem to me there was a patron control plan here. Those were the concerns raised. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else here on this application? Okay.
Thank you, Zach. It's good to see you. Couple things about the occupancy.
Yeah.
The occupancy is correct. The 90 is what the CBO required says. The 70 is our seats plus employees. That brings you to 70. And it's actually also correct that is a landmark building, my mistake.
And you're changing the facade.
Not changing the facade.
You're not changing the doors?
That's my mistake.
When,
Oh,
that's
we're
the facade, the
gonna ask
doors.
LPC if we could change the doors.
Okay.
We are. Because right now they're like
So-
metal.
Right now, they're glass doors with a metal handle, and you want to change them to something that is
to
more,
black
to black metal glass doors. Okay, so then just, is there, okay, and then the ropes out on the street? And then the dancing? Well, that doesn't,
No plans to have dancing or advertise dancing.
and the bottle service?
Bottle service will.
And and then to Leslie's point of, is it reservation, is it not reservation, when is it
Only reservation.
nobody will be able to walk in?
Nope.
That's not,
Unless they have.
but they can call from a block away and see if there's space and get a
If they
reservation.
call ahead and we tell them there's a room, they can put in a reservation.
Katie?
I'm trying to figure out where the kitchen is.
Kitchen's behind see that big bar right there?
Yes. It's in that
Yeah.
notch, not in this area.
No,
Okay.
that's pump area.
Where is the kitchen?
There isn't a kitchen.
Where's the
Behind
prep,
It's behind the bar.
where the restrooms are? In the horseshoe?
Yes.
Okay. So, and then what time is the kitchen closing?
We were thinking about doing it at midnight. We could extend the kitchen.
Right, but it doesn't mean there's no food.
No,
Well, there's
No,
not
but
much
we could-
food to start with,
but
but,
we could continue the kitchen till 2 AM if we need to. Of
And still have food available to cook.
course.
okay. So, I mean, oh, wait. We also got another letter, from another resident that that is on Horatio Street and couldn't come tonight, but, was concerned about the 4 AM also and the loud music.
The
And-
music, as I said before,
And the
we have
thumping.
local stock design group. We'll make sure that the whole thing is soundproof. That's one of our biggest.
Do we have but we don't have a sound plan here or a sound study in this.
Right now,
So-
no, we don't have one because it was horrible before.
Well, I
We
mean,
could
but we
al-
don't have anything that says what
we
you're
don't have-
doing. I don't have any acoustic report here. And to Zach's point, it's not the sound. Your space, and I'm sure RH Guest House is happy that your other space next door, Common Ground, is probably happy that you're doing the walls on the side, because I'm sure the sound travels, but that's not going to stop it from coming up and out that stairwell. So is there a plan for curtains or something that keeps the sound that's downstairs?
Well, what we're doing is downstairs, we're blocking half of the stairway. So whatever right now, they're going to LPC and they're going to the building department to figure out how much of the stairwell that we need to have open. if it's 5 feet or 6 feet, and half of it, instead of it being 12 feet, is being blocked by the 12 feet and by the downstairs. And then all the way up where it's brick right now, so it's a shell. So we're installing a whole curb and wood that goes up that stairwell. So the sound reverberation that comes out right now, it comes out like crazy. I know because when SNS was there, I had the biggest problem because there'd be sound complaints and we'd have to get security and people to like
Oh.
be in front of them.
So are you but are you putting any curtains in or anything that baffles that sound from the downstairs to come up the stairway, even if you?
We're spending about $150,000 on soundproofing that whole way. That the whole 70 feet that's going up the steps.
Right, but again, that's the sides, not the coming up. You understand what the sound
No, I understand.
doors
I
is what the
understand.
problem is everybody has every time those doors open.
Problem that was that they came out because there was nothing blocking it. Now, it's gonna have so many different things blocking it, so many sound curtains, and plus it's gonna have walls, which it never had. It had ceilings, pipes, brick, and all did reverberate right out in front.
Okay, so go ahead, Katie.
You just use the term. You just use the term sound curtain. Where are what do you mean by a sound curtain, which is something people,
No, she said sound curtain.
you're not gonna hang anything from the ceiling to help?
The ceiling is it's going to be quiet rock, like sheet rock that goes around. So right now it's brick.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be a curved ceiling, insulated, and then going up right now, it's stone. It's gonna be wood. So I can't explain exactly, but as you go per foot with sound, when you muffle it and you put different treatments on the wall and you do it, it won't reverberate, especially we're not gonna have speakers. SNS had speakers on the staircase. They also had about triple the amount of sound that you needed for a space.
But since we don't have a sound study or anything, this,
And may I ask one more
Yeah.
question? And what about the request for the 2 AM close?
I can't do a 2 AM close. It wouldn't, my business plan wouldn't allow me to do that. I did say to Donna on the phone that I would do a 3.
well, I just want to just be very clear, just so everybody is aware of this. I happen to live in the community and, for better or worse, the Gansport Neighbors Association. So you were you were saying this to our residential meeting that we had. This was not a conversation with me.
No, yeah.
I just want to make that very clear, just to get that cleared up, because it does not completely come across like that if nobody is aware of that. So this was a Zoom meeting with the residents.
The residents, I said that I'll pull back to 3 AM just to prove that we would be good operators and then we come back in a year.
Of operation.
So the hours would be 3 AM instead of 4 AM from Thursday to Saturday. Okay. Go ahead, Dr. Smith.
I don't know why people think that the weekend starts with Thursdays. And it's really Fridays and Saturdays. But more importantly, it is there are neighbors there with children. And so even if you were to say 3 AM, that's very late. I would not be in favor of 3 AM on a Thursday night there.
She would not be in favor of 3 AM on Thursday. Would you be in favor of 3 AM on Friday and Saturday?
Absolutely.
Yes? Yeah. 3 AM on Friday,
Oh,
Saturday?
no, 2 AM, I'm sorry.
Thank you. I was like, whoa,
Not
that
3.
was out of character. I was like, that was out of, that was a little out of character.
Definitely not 3.
We respect your opinion.
Okay, and then, I think the other things, so the 2 AM is what pretty much everybody in the community was asking for, the same hours as was there before. And I think that people were asking for no bottle service because that just does it's a whole other thing. I mean, You know, it's not a high-end cocktail lounge. It's people coming in and they get the
It
bottles,
actually-
especially with,
it
then you've got the
actually-
bands
it
and then
actually
you've got the
is.
live music. This is everything in meatpacking that we spent years trying to get rid of. I mean, this is what caused all the problems with all the noise on the streets, with everybody leaving late at night and screaming in the streets. And we already have a problem from your place next door. It's a problem with the lines outside that go past the other places and the loud music coming out of there. So you who have not been able to control the crowds at your space for how long have you been there? 10 years. This is 10 years, right?
But I'm also a very good neighbor. and
No,
I
you're a
talk
good
to
neighbor when I
everybody all
pick up the
time.
phone at 12 o'clock at night and I can call you. We all know we can call you, but nobody wants to have to call you. And the fact that this is still going on after 10 years and you want to open up now a place next door that also has late night hours with bottle service, with bands and DJs is, and you're the block of meatpacking. This is the block that is closest, aside from when you go north on this block, Gansevoort Street is the closest to the residents. It's not Little West 12th. It's, you don't have two more blocks for that sound and those people to go. They just are right by where all the residents are. So, you know, I'm just raising to you, I think the concerns that was expressed to you by the community on the phone and has been expressed in emails and was expressed again tonight, that it's the late hours of past the 2 o'clock. It's the place that's always been, that place has been a problem with everybody that's been in it that has yet to solve the noise problem from there. Not, again, to Zach's point, it's not what happens in the cellar. It's how it comes out, and you don't, I know what you're saying, but we don't have a
No,
sound
nobody's
study
ever
showing.
fixed it. Nobody's ever fixed
But,
the
but I'm
cellar.
just saying, and we don't have anything assuring us that it's going to be fixed, and it's the late hours and the bottle service. And those are the things that was said to you on the phone. It was very clear when we had our community meeting. It's being reiterated again tonight, and we'll see, you know. So any leeway that's in there to make this more palatable to the residents of the
I
community.
mean, the one thing that I did with to show good faith was the 4 to 3 a.m. on the.
Nothing good happens after 2.
That's a rule.
I know, or all the fun happens. Nothing good happens for the residents after 2. So,
I mean, for one thing, on Thursdays, I could close earlier.
what time? I just want to know what, I
I
mean, because
told- I
you've
told
heard all
them
of
to-
this, so I
I
just
told
want to
them-
know bottom line on this, what we're dealing with.
Not
Yep.
gonna I know, I don't think it'll change their mind, but
Yeah.
No, I'm
nice
just,
gesture.
but
it's a nice gesture. Makes me feel warm.
we're not getting rid of the bottle service, or are we?
No, we can't.
Okay.
Yeah, I told, two,
You got
2
questions?
a.m. I've stopped.
Got it. Chris mentions that he told you he'd stop the bottle service at 2 a.m.
Quite frankly,
Doesn't matter.
it doesn't matter, because I'm just saying, to Leslie's point, at 1:55, everybody orders a bottle and they have another hour to drink it, so it really, it kind of,
You were listing the leeway. we were
okay,
giving.
okay. All right,
Don,
go ahead, Katie.
Can we get some, expert evaluation of the sound that you're putting in? Can we get some evaluation? Yeah, evaluation of,
Yes, but I don't think it would change much.
Well,
yeah,
don't be-
neither you or I, yeah, we can say what we like. We want someone.
We can
who's-
certainly get you some.
Yeah.
I'm not arguing. I'm
Okay.
just saying, I don't think it'll.
we don't have it now, so it doesn't matter, because we're, right, Carter?
But I could get one in. I'm gonna get one. So, sorry, then we'll do it.
So I had mentioned this. How are you, Chris? I was good to see you. So I actually want to talk about 310 Bowery.
Just so before
Yeah,
we-
but no, but just so you know,
No.
I'm going to talk about the stipulations.
No,
He's
before
not
you
involved.
go
He's
down,
not involved.
I'm not even.
Adam, I
I'm-
told you that.
Stipulation number, let's see,
He likes being here late.
310 Bowery
Thanks, Amy.
LLC, well, hold on. 310 Bowery LLC will also seek review through Manhattan CB2 should the principles of the corporation change. So you were the only principal when that was brought to us, and you've never returned to us. to change anything, but that was one of the main stipulations. You're also still listed on the license at the liquor authority. But I'm just saying that there's a whole bunch of stuff that if there were any changes, and the reason I wanted to bring that up is for multifold. One is the lines outside with the velvet ropes were very long, and some neighbors reminded me that they've been complaining for some time about it. I'm just saying these are the same thing, you know, but I always point out, well, what do you want them to do? Which is where we always get to on this stuff, right? It's just like security guards or not. But I bring it back to this because it's the same thing. You're like, oh, we won't do velvet ropes, but then what happens when there are people there? Then you have to do it because that's how it, I'm just, right? I mean, if it's successful, it's the, well, even people coming for the reservations becomes people congregating outside. They come early, whatever it is, you know. I just,
and with this, it's like, you literally, we're gonna make it known to everyone. You're not gonna get in if you don't have a reservation.
and then the second part is also a coffee shop was supposed to be there. Then it turned into pizza. I don't know whenever your involvement there began or ended.
About 2.5 years.
So the pizza is very good, and I just bring it up, but you can't get in to get it without it being carted and being in the line and all the other stuff. So what's the, you know, and that's the same with the coffee shop here. I just bring it up because it's similar.
Coffee shop closes at 3 o'clock.
Close at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. We're not gonna mix businesses.
Okay. All right. So I'm just, it's just.
Who's the last
Somewhat.
one who's not involved in?
Yeah, but no, but,
They're supposed to have
but we never got notification, and that was the first stipulation. Just, I mean,
No, but they, honestly, when.
I'm just saying that was the first, along with some other things, but I just brought it up because it's the recent things people have been saying, and I brought it up. What's that?
I feel like we're holding
All right,
everybody
well,
up. Because he's talking about the pizza he can't get.
Well, no, it has to do with the lines. It has to do with the business in the front, and the lines have been there, and so.
Okay. Coffee shop. Coffee shop, not pizza.
Okay, anybody else?
Thank you.
No, okay, thank you. The next one is going to be HBMWV, I feel like I'm doing an eyeglass test, LLC, doing business as Miriam, 142 7th Avenue South.
Yeah, I don't have, you know, all of,
Well,
I can afford one more.
Dr. Smith, format here, it's fine.
No
If it
changes.
takes anything, I have it online, it's fine, I
No
don't.
changes.
I don't, no, I've got it.
Tell us when you're ready.
You can go ahead.
Hi, my name is Rafi Hasid. I'm the owner of Miriam, and also the son of Miriam.
Is it on?
Yes.
Yes, you have
You
to.
may need to talk loud.
Raphael.
Can you hear me?
Right? Yes, it's,
You gotta talk.
you got,
He's
yeah.
very soft-spoken. I don't know how we get along. So we're opening Miriam. How many Miriams are there?
This will be the kind of the fourth.
Yeah, you have to talk, you have to.
This will be the fourth.
Okay.
Premises were previously licensed for years. Same operator. I got it?
Mm-hmm.
Miriam is Mediterranean cuisine. It's actually well known in the city.
We've been in Park Slope since 2005, and in the Upper West Side since 2020. 21, sorry.
Is there one pending? Okay. You're gonna tell us anything else about it, the hours, the,
The hours are we open at 10 in the morning. I know. Yeah, I know the hours for 20 years. We open at 10 in the morning and 9 on the over the weekends on Saturday and Sunday. We serve brunch 7 days and dinner
Brunch every day,
every
7
day,
days?
Yep. And our kitchen open till the time we close the restaurant. We ask to close at midnight on every day except of Thursday, Friday, Saturday, where we ask at 2 a.m. We are mainly eating establishment, even though we're asking for full liquor. We are a restaurant.
Okay, so you're saying the kitchen does stay open until you close?
Yes,
So I noticed on the Upper West Side, it's much earlier hours.
it's a different clientele. We stay on later on nights where there is beacon shows because we are right under the
Right.
beacon, so we stay longer. But it's a different neighborhood, so
Okay, but you are gonna but you'll keep the kitchen open with these hours. The kitchen will be
when
open.
the
It's
restaurant
not-
open, the kitchen open. When the restaurant close, the kitchen. We don't
Okay.
operate without a kitchen.
Okay. And private parties, you said 1 to 2 a year, so 6.
I don't usually
don't
close the business for private parties.
Yeah, full
no, we
buyouts.
don't
Yeah, I'm
do
not talking
buyouts
about like
usually.
2 tables.
See, I have the one in Brooklyn for 20 years. I did one time, it was my wedding.
Oh, well, that's, okay. Okay, okay, and then with the floor plan, do the patrons use the cellar for the bathroom, or is the bathroom, does there's,
The cellar and then the handicap bathroom on the, so it's, I don't know if you guys know, but it's full space and belong to big two different landlords. And in the one of the smaller one, which there is a fire between them, legalized many years ago. There is a bathroom.
just do me one favor, you have to speak into the
Sorry.
microphone.
There is a bathroom for handicap in the main floor and two regular bathroom in the basement.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, so the stairs go, so which are the stairs? That's what was confusing me. I see a hall that you come down, when you come in, you go past the bar, and then I see a hall with a few stairs,
Yes.
right? But they don't go downstairs. They are just
They
like a
just go
few
to the
steps that
regular
go down to another level.
space.
And then from there you go, so then where is the stairs that go downstairs, right? Are these them?
Upstairs, these go to the restaurant. So these are the ones to the bathroom downstairs.
Okay, and so then you come, so that's here, to storage, so you just have access to this really. Okay, then my next question, maybe don't, I mean, you might have to go back to the microphone, but let me just show you what I'm gonna ask. It's this hallway here.
This is the building.
So that, okay, so then the hall, so, okay, now go back to the microphone so they can hear you.
It's an egress of for the restaurant, but it's the hallway of the building.
Okay, so will the door be locked
Yeah, there's
or
no
alarmed? I mean,
yes.
just fire
There is
alarm
a-
to make sure no patrons go in. It's the push,
Push it on the inside, but you can't open it from the outside.
panic bar. Okay,
Yeah.
on both, there's 2 doors, correct? Or it looks like there's 2 on this drawing, or Brian, is that a second door?
There is
Yeah.
2 doors from the
That go into
space.
that hallway.
Yes.
So those, they're both
One of
have the
them is
panic
kind of
bars.
blocked.
Okay.
And the other one is that one that you have to push with your, like that, yes.
Panic bar, okay. And you have an enclosed sidewalk cafe in there?
Yes.
There's no speakers permitted in the enclosed sidewalk
Yes.
cafe? Yeah, no speakers in the enclosed, because Carter, it's because it's a sidewalk cafe. It follows the same, it's no speakers in that. No, but it's always been the rules, it does, they just haven't, no, go to the microphone, just wait 1 second. They haven't got there yet.
That rule.
Just wait 1 second.
I will respect that rule, but it's not really a sidewalk cafe. It's part of the building. There's no other. There's no other.
That's
It's not supposed to be. It's supposed to have been taken down. When the place,
no
I'm just,
entrance.
I mean, when so the enclosed sidewalk cafes were supposed to be temporary structures. There's actually a deposit was placed with when they were filed many, many years ago to take it down with DCA. But as time went on, operators improperly removed the building walls. So the building wall became the
This is
enclosed
before
sidewalk.
Agave, I'm assuming.
I'm just saying it's.
No, I'm saying it's because
supposed, so the enclosed sidewalk cafes are actually not part of the building. They are landmarks approved, but they're
Yeah.
not part of the building. It's an add-on that's supposed to be temporary to some extent. They obviously
We're not gonna
aren't.
do it.
But the problem is that when you take down the interior walls, and the sound is there, they're generally not built as well. So the sound comes out, which is the issue. Putting the speakers in there.
I understand. We are, we will be very moderate with the music. We not have, you know, a dancing facility. It's a full service restaurant.
Let's get in the way of,
Yes.
we don't do that. We're food.
Yeah, and so then the other thing is, did you do outreach to the block association?
Did we?
Yes, we do.
We did. No, myself.
There's an email in the back.
Okay. Was it, who was, yeah.
Christopher Block Emergency System. Okay. That's it, fine.
I know there are people around that.
Well, Steve Gould said you should be fine. Arresting someone from the Christmas Tree Merchants Block Association.
Pretty far away from Christopher Street, and they're not very active. What about Central Village too? I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, there are other more important ones.
Okay, so we don't have that.
No, we do have petitions, obviously, many pages of them.
Okay. Okay, does anybody? Okay. Is there anybody here from the public to speak on this? Augustine. Please come up to the mic.
No reach out to us, as far as I know. And Leslie lives literally right behind them. I think she should have been here. I shouldn't have let her walk out. I texted her, but she hasn't come back. So I'm not sure whether this reach out happened. Merchants Block Association doesn't sound like us.
I know. Okay. Anybody from the committee have anything else? Do you want to try to
Can we get a
do
little
some?
more, can we get a little more, give on these hours? 2 a.m.? You know, there are people who live around there.
Places.
We're on the main avenue. We're not on the small streets. We've been operating Miriam. I've been operating Miriam in Brooklyn for the last 20 years. This is my sixth restaurant, and I have a letter from a previous application that we put for for a Miriam in the Upper West Side from the Community Board 6 in Brooklyn, which recommend any neighborhood to have neighbors like us. We're donating over 300 over 300 galas, a nonprofit organization for schools and this. We've been vandalized for anti-Semitism recently and 3 years ago. We are really proud of everything that's going on in this New York City, and we are really, simple operation, full service restaurant. with a lot of schnitzel, as you can see on my belly. Simple Israeli Mediterranean food. It's not like a party place.
You need to speak into the microphone. But the one thing I'm just gonna say is, those are not, yeah, it's the hours, because your other, Brooklyn closes, if you close when the kitchen closes, the Brooklyn kitchen closes at 10, and the upper, well, that, I'm just, let me just, I'm just going by what's on your website. So on the website, it says that the kitchen closes at 10 every night, and I'm pretty sure it said the same thing, or maybe it was 10 and 11. I don't even think it was on the Upper West Side. So okay, so it was 11. So what I'm questioning is why the 2 a.m. here? I mean, it's a big space.
In Tribeca, it's a different restaurant. It's called 1803. It's a Cajun restaurant, and over there we say later. It depends on the neighborhood.
But this is Miriam. This is
No, I know, but it's the neighborhood. If I was in the East Village, I would ask for the same thing. If I have a restaurant in the Upper East Side called Rafael. It's a very it's a very early neighborhood. At 10 o'clock, I want to stay open, but there is for no one to stay open for. I'm open to your suggestions or your requests.
So it's
think
12
you
and
have
1.
to-
So it's, no, it's 12. Right. I mean, down on Reed Street, it's 11 and 12 that it closes. So,
Different neighborhood, different hours, different clientele.
Different size.
Yeah, I
The
was
rent
here.
of-
I was here.
well, this,
I was
the-
here
the-
myself at 11 o'clock
the-
this Saturday, and the neighborhood was
gonna say
happy.
that I lived for 10 years looking over 7th Avenue South, and it's actually a quiet street at night, surprisingly. And Milk Bar opened up across the street, and we were all up late. It's a little deceiving. You were saying you're on a main street. It's a little deceiving. Earlier hours are something we appreciate, and that actually would be, closing at 2 a.m. is noise in that neighborhood. So
If-
just
if I
wanted-
may.
I would, go
Go
ahead.
ahead, Don.
No, go
No,
ahead,
you try.
Frank. No, if you may, go ahead. I might not have to say anything.
You cannot look at the hours and say the hours are late without looking at the method of operation. There was a DJ, if there was live music, if there was dancing, I'd agree with you. If this was a drinking-centric location, I would agree with you. This is a restaurant. This is, let me
You
finish.
really need
Let
to
me
use
finish.
the microphone.
I used to speak to a microphone. I'm sorry.
I know, but you need to.
My mom would be better in this for sure. We are our sales of liquor in our Upper West Side and in Brooklyn is 20%. We are not a bar. We're not trying to do, go crazy. But I was myself in the neighborhood on Saturday night at 10:30 in the evening, and the Australian place, just like I forgot the name of it, just like 1 block away from us, was packed with people waiting to sit down at 10:30. So why would I want to close it early when I have a opportunity? Yeah.
Please, I'm sorry. To finish my thought, the reason we need these hours is because you want this restaurant. This is a place perfect for this neighborhood. Trim the hours, have a place go out of business in 2 years, and you come back with a bar. What have we accomplished? We're giving you a legitimate restaurant. There's no DJs, there's no live music. Come on. I'm surprised that would come up, to be honest, because I figured for sure Chris
Well,
was going to hear that.
look, it comes up every time somebody wants a restaurant with 2 o'clock in the morning, because we always say that the restaurants close earlier than that. And so therefore, once it starts getting later, people might still be eating a little something, but
There's one thing that Rafi didn't mention, and I can tell you, if there's no business, he'll close. There's nothing going on. He's not going to pay employees and everybody else to be open.
that
But this is a legitimate restaurant. This is good for the neighborhood.
So that's, okay. So that would be, he could come back, he could close at 1 and come back.
I was actually thinking of the alternative. Let us close at 2, and next year we'll come back and you let us know if there's any problems.
Nobody ever does that. That's not how it works, Frank, and you know it.
I thought I tried, Donna.
Okay, so I'm just gonna, I'm just asking, is there any opportunity here for 1 o'clock?
Yes,
Because-
yes. We'll come back next year. I
And-
myself, I'm not gonna bring him, but I'll come next year.
So,
No,
so,
love it.
okay. And then so,
Yes.
so what did they say, 1 o'clock?
Yes,
I didn't-
yes, I agree.
Okay, 1 o'clock, thank you. And then are you going to, if you're gonna do more outside sidewalk seating in
No,
addition to your?
sidewalk, yes, but we didn't, because we just signed the. lease
Right, I know. So what I'm just gonna say now, would you agree to be closing that at 11 o'clock?
Yes,
So that way, when you get the plans and you have to
Yes.
send them to us, maybe you won't have to come back here again.
sure. Yes,
Well, I'm just trying to get a
No,
little
no,
of
I-
this covered.
but she's very reasonable.
I'm trying to be. Yeah. Let's hope. Okay. Did you have something?
I-
Brian has something.
I have a question about the C of O, and what I see on the papers is that this has a Charles Street address. Is on.
There's a history here, and you alluded to it, and we didn't get a full explanation, but in order to get the place of assembly permit and the egress, the building's all one, but it had to take some corridors, which you would know. I haven't physically been in the building, but they took over an apartment and removed the apartment in order to create the exits, but the building has been known as 50 Charles Street. And what's interesting, I'm not sure, and I haven't looked at this, and I think that's because it predates 7th Avenue South. As most people may not realize that 7th Avenue
That was
South
the apartment.
was created to create the subways.
Okay,
So that address may not have been used for the block and lot. Just I think it was on the other side over there, but there's some back egresses that are in there. You would know more. So
I know about the- but I'm sorry, but I don't know about unless it's in like the half floor down it used to be, I don't know where.
I don't know. I just know that the agave wasn't
know-
originally this big.
I
And
know that
they
there's
had
two
to
floors above.
expand. A part of the reason for expanding
It wa-
was
I
to
don't
get
think
the
it was
second
an
exit.
apartment, I think it was just a separated retail
I don't know
store.
all the little details, but
Yeah.
Well,
You know what, maybe
part
it
of the
was an apartment.
part of the confusion is that all of these
Don't know.
all of these documents say it's a 4-story building, which it obviously is not.
No. Yeah. Yeah.
It talks about 7th Avenue South address being a 4-story building.
I
know,
understand,
it's-
but if you go to Charles Street, it's 4 stories.
That's right.
It's the
Yeah,
same building.
it's-
That's
it
my
starts
point.
small and go,
Wait, 7th Avenue address is 2 stories.
no, but,
Charles Street address.
yeah.
Are we good? In our convoluted way?
And
Okay.
everybody's
I know,
going
sorry,
to that.
guys.
We've been doing the same menu for so many years and we are people favorite and yes.
Okay. Okay, we're done. Thank you. Welcome. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, the next application, yep, is Temiani LLC doing business as Champion Pizza, 2 West 14th Street, on premise for a restaurant. This is a class change. This is Temiani LLC. I don't have the agenda in front of me to tell you the number, Katie. It's an on-premise, so it will be in that. Have you changed anything since what you sent in? So some people on the committee will want the printouts. I will not need one.
Okay. Okay, ready. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for the long wait. My name is Sandra Hong. I'm the representative for
Champion Pizza. Luca Azer is actually one of the owners of the establishment. So we're here today to do a class change application for the existing restaurant wine that we have and to our OP license, which is a full liquor license. We're going to continue to be a restaurant. I just want to tell you a little bit history about the establishment. Champion Pizza is still a pizzeria. They had no changes to the structure. We didn't change anything. We didn't change anything about the bar. Everything is actually kept the same. So we actually came back originally here during the pandemic around 2020. I'm sorry, last year. So we actually opened the establishment around 2020 on the pandemic. So last time we actually met was actually online. And we have a set of stipulations for this establishment. They currently open from 10 to 4 a.m. every day, according to original stipulations. And also, based on what I checked, the bar service hours should stop at 12 midnight. So basically tonight, I would like to kind of propose certain changes to the method of operation. As you can see, originally we only have recorded music, and the bar service hours should stop at 12 midnight. And but we would like to propose just to include the live music, some karaoke, some DJ. And also, if you know, want to hear your comments, if we can increase at least the bar service hours to stop at least 2 a.m. from Thursday through Saturday, if it's possible. The reason why we wanted to propose that, as you might be aware, Union Square area is quite expensive. Especially the rent is being increasing like almost 5% every year. I mean, the rent is not that cheap in that particular spot. And we reached out to the West 12 Block Association prior to the meeting date. We took into consideration the concerns and the comments that they
Which
had.
block association?
I call it the West 12 Association. I cannot pronounce her last names. I believe it's Popolo, that she reached out to me. And she just said some comments that we definitely we would like to also address a possible solution about that. One of them is about the crowd that might be gathering outside the establishment. But technically, as far as I'm aware, for the past year, Mr. Luca right here had the BN1 license. He never had any 311 complaints, never had any noise complaints at all for the neighbors. The building is actually a commercial building, so it's like office buildings, and also the adjacent buildings are mixed uses. I do understand pretty much that area at nighttime, there might be some crowds gathering outside businesses, including Champion Pizza, which we understand that. And pretty much we've been open for late hours since 2020. And Mr. Luca was trying to address that issue for over the years. And since he decided to upgrade to a full liquor license, we decided to have a security guard to minimize that type of issue. And so we talked with the neighbors, like next door, because they had the same problem. So according to him, that particular issue has been widely reduced. One of the main issues that Mr. Luca had before, which is we wanted to be transparent, there were issues with homeless people, especially that were trying to come to different businesses, especially in the wintertime, they try to get some warmth. We understand, they try to get some heat inside the businesses. But the problem is, like, some neighbors might think they're druggies, like they take some drug, that drug addicts, alcoholics, or anything like that they might think of, and they might scare away some of the legit customers. So also, as you might see on the application, one of the intentions that we wanted to also propose to have the full liquor license, by the time we get a temporary license, if it's possible, we would like to kind of change a little bit of the decor inside to be more converted to a more legit Intel restaurant. So the menu, we're gonna keep the pizzas, and also we're gonna increase more the Intel dishes. And also the layout of the restaurant will remain the same. So the daytime will be like mostly walk-ins, and nighttime will be like.
But I'm just gonna stop right here. because
Right.
This was the confusion that I had.
Right.
What is before us, what the 30-day notice had was a class change.
That's
it.
correct.
That was it. It didn't have anything about a change in method of operation, didn't have
No,
anything
no.
about a change in
Yeah.
name, didn't have anything. When I read your little opening paragraph here, you're adding a DJ, you want to add DJ, karaoke, live music, security guards, serve alcohol until 2, stay open till 4, renovate the inside, maybe have reservations, and change the name. That's a completely different, it's, the principle may be the same, but it's a completely different method of operation, a completely different type of premises. And we have nothing that reflects that other than this opening statement. We don't have a change in a floor plan. We have nothing. So.
The floor plans remains the
But
same.
you just said, and it says in here that I was intending to remodel the interior to be more of a restaurant space with reservations in certain space due to limited, that's what you just said, and that's what's written here.
That is true.
But then that is a change of method of operation, and we have nothing it's changing a bunch of the stipulations. I mean, that's not this applicant.
Well, that is correct. So I'm not sure if you're aware, but during the class change, the liquor authority also allows at the same time to also propose a change of method of operation at the same time.
You can do all of that. I need
Right.
notification of it in a plan that shows me what that is, other than a paragraph.
No, the plans will remain the same. It's just that the core would change, but nothing will change. The board will remain the same. So we're still gonna have the same counter L shape, the same amount of tables and chairs. It's the same layout. So the kitchen would
Yeah,
not
but
change.
you have an existing stipulations agreement which restricts your license, correct?
Yes,
So
that
if
is
you're
correct.
upgrading that license, the restrictions stay with it. So if you want to change those restrictions, that's a separate application. You can file it in conjunction, but it's just a separate application. It's different than the class change.
Well,
So a whole bunch, everything that's outlined here.
Tips say that tips have no dancing, no DJs, no live music, no promoted events, no event with a cover fee, it's a pizzeria. The point of, I remember this conversation when they came, we went back and forth on this extensively about the service of alcohol stopping at midnight, because that was an agreement you made with the community to stay open till 4 so that everybody could sober up. The point was with the pizza places, they could come and get some food and sober up, not come, continue to drink, and now have live music, karaoke, and DJs. Now you're becoming a bar with pizza. It's a completely different thing than what we heard less than a year ago.
And not only that, the changes here also are the changes in the hours of
Yes, that's-
alcohol
yeah.
service. It's extending it.
Right. Like.
So
I
there's everything's changing.
Yes, that is correct. So.
Understand though, when we're saying it's a completely different thing than we heard a year ago, that, the reason that we approved it a year ago was because of these limitations, was because these things are not on it. So now, if you want to propose a completely different thing, we're gonna need to see what that completely different thing is so that we can consider the impact and see, because, for us, we're looking at what you have now was approved based on not having this stuff. So now you're proposing this stuff, it's entirely new establishment we have to think about.
That is correct. So I explained that to Mr. Lucan because that's gonna be a whole new change of operation, which I technically, according to SLA, there was no need for them to have a separate 30-day notice for the change of method operation. So they said I even consulted with them because during the class change, they allow me to also propose and bring it to the table. That is not something that
You
we
need
can
to check off the
don't-
little dot here that says method of operation on the 30-day notice as something that you're doing. That's not checked. The only thing that's checked, the only thing we got
That is
notification
it's only
of
class
is
change.
a class change. So
That
if you
is
want to change the method of operation, nothing prevents you from doing that. But that dot should have been checked off, and it should have been clearly part of the application with specifics of what you're looking to do in the method of operation change, so we could list it on our agenda as we've done with some of the other ones as as a class change and a method of operation change.
And I think that even though it was a removal application, I think that Chair Fan yesterday
Yeah.
actually had an item before her
Right,
where she said
right.
that they couldn't change the stuff, and it was for something, it's not in New York City. And I can't remember if they approved it or not, but she did say that
No.
I think they
No.
kept the
They
restrictions on it. if
kept
I
all the
remember now.
restrictions on it.
But
like they
there
were
was,
located.
it was just, you can't, the restrictions stay unless you specifically apply to change.
Right. So, but in conclusion, I just don't want to make this conversation even longer. This is only a proposal just to bring it to the table. It's not set to stone.
But,
Again, if that's something I discussed that with him, like we went over together the original stipulations. I advised him to continue everything the same to 12 midnight. The only reason like we only included that paragraph is just to bring it to the table, but it's not something set to stone.
I mean, we're here to hear applications. We're not
Right.
here to hear ideas. We're here to
Right.
hear applications. We're volunteers, take a lot of time listening to applications. I want to hear a real application.
Right.
This isn't to come and float ideas.
Right.
So it's a long night and we've got a lot more to go. So the one thing I'm going to ask is in regards to the class change and keeping everything as it was, because
Right.
that,
Right.
why do we need an on-premise license at a pizza place?
Well,
Yeah.
basically just to increase more the revenue. So also that pretty much that was the decision for Mr. Luca, to change the category of the liquor license from beer and wine to liquor. Because it's that type of category for him, it was no longer convenient just to serve only that.
So pizza is not working at that location?
Well, the pizza is still working.
Okay.
The problem is that only serving the beer and wine wasn't enough for him as a ongoing revenue. So he decided like, why not to give it a shot for the hard liquor license, just to include also the liquor.
Right, I mean, it's exactly sort of. Not the pizza place.
I mean, the thing is, we approved it because it was in the community interest to have what it is now.
Right.
So now you're proposing that it be something else.
Well, the establishment remains the same.
But it doesn't. If you're serving liquor until
You have
12
full liquor
o'clock,
license is a whole different stuff.
Right.
it's a whole different thing.
Right.
The concept is adding DJs, karaoke. I mean, like, there's all these different things going on.
Right. But
It's not a pizza place
Right.
anymore. And a part of this, you know, if I remember, was that the beer was sort of a small part of this.
Right.
This was mostly capturing all the other folks.
Right.
Now, to dramatically shift the focus,
Mm.
and it was very compelling application, you know, particularly with the applicant's background, owning other businesses. But this just seems to be, you know, all over the place. But not only that, it's extending the alcohol service, which is the impact
Right. Like with the-
significantly. So
Okay.
I'm very confused. It sounds like you want to be a late night bar, which is what we have in front of us. And it's across from a dorm that's around the corner.
Right.
That
Across the street,
the
Glen Street.
majority of students who live there are
Mm.
underage. You know, a small percentage are of age, and it just seems complicated for this. And generally, most people expand their business during the core times, which are earlier, not the later hours, you know, particularly for a pizza style business, which gets business before it starts through, you know, most of that's earlier, right? I would think, and up through dinner time. And
Mm.
so
Well, again, we would like, if that is, everybody agree, we can continue with the same steps from last year. That is not a problem. And that's something that I advise Mr. Luca, that's something that could happen by the time we come to the meeting. There could be some opposition about the late hours. And,
I think
well,
there's even going to be
very-
opposition possibly if I'm looking about just changing for the on-premise, but
So you're saying that all you want to do is add the hard liquor
Yes.
tonight? I see. Well, and I will put my oar in. If you were going to change the method of operation, you'd have to come to us with a menu that has the Italian dishes on it. I had my notes. Where does this where are you going to put the karaoke or the DJ? I mean, you have to have a whole new plan of the floor plan, but you don't have
We don't have to
respond
discuss
that.
it
I'm
because
just
they're not
commenting.
doing that.
Right.
I don't see any support for hard liquor on this committee.
I mean, we'll discuss it in business, but I sort of think that's where this is at. Yeah, I think we can move on. Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, that's it. Yep, no, done. Okay. Okay. Moving right along. The next one is Pier LLC doing business as Entwine. Here, Katie, you can have this one. So this is, just, they have an on-premise restaurant license, and this is an alteration to add roadway seating.
Hello, everybody.
Hi.
My name is Bleecker St. I'm the third generation restaurant operator and living in the village last 12 years and running 2 establishments in the village. And Entwine, we have been running that place for 16 years. And this is just, we got the 10 p.m. for Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. With just the 1 hour, we are asking more. That's all.
So I'm just going to start with saying this is all new, all this seating and everything, and what we are doing is asking everybody to close at 10 p.m. You could, just to get through this, you can always come back.
Oh, okay.
For later hours. This doesn't, for the rest of your life, you do not have to have 10 p.m. You can come back, but we're just trying to get through this so we can
So it's
get
just first
you,
round, you want to go down.
get it up and running and have the community see, what's going on, and then you can come back. I'm not saying that you will get later hours, but nothing is stopping you from coming back and
No,
asking for
definitely, I
later
understand.
hours.
It's fair enough.
So that's what, it's 4 tables and 8 seats
Yeah.
on Washington Street, and just.
Sorry for
Yeah.
interruption. Is the front is very narrow.
No, I know.
Inside is also like very little, like little room.
Yeah,
area.
no, I
So that's the reason
walk
why
by
we
often.
just-
I know the
I have
space.
To extend 1 more hour. That's all.
So your hours would be 11 to 10 p.m., 7 days a week. And
Yeah.
yep.
Okay.
And so you were sent the stipulations.
Mhm.
You can just sign them and send them back to us.
Okay.
There's nothing, you have other stipulations in place or not, whatever, that this is just what you got. I'm not going to, there's no reason for me to resend them. It says the same thing.
Okay.
So, okay, sorry, you stayed all night.
All right.
So
Thank
that's the, yeah. Okay. Oh, wait, Augustine, did you want to speak on this? Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Norma, okay, wait, let the public speak. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I have a photograph that will illustrate the point that I want to make.
Okay,
It means I don't have to.
okay. Yes. This is what she's going to talk to, just so you can see.
There we go. Antoine is one of the biggest sidewalk hogs I know of in the city. You can see the effect of it right here. Not only do they have stools on the sidewalk, but they're tables in there also. And this has been going on literally for years. I took this picture because I'd seen this so often, and it continued until they had to close. They're going to have even more incentive to have operations on the sidewalk under the permanent plan because they're going to have only half space. Under the temporary plan, they're allowed to operate in front of the building next door as well. Now they can't do that. Now they're limited, what, 10 feet, to 15 feet? Don't put temptation in front of them. Don't let them have liquor service in the roadway. You're only going to get this kind of thing and more.
Okay, thank you. You go ahead. Wait, Norma?
With the photograph, were they serving alcohol outside?
Oh, sure. Everybody was. Yeah. No, no, it's, we're not gonna do it back and forth. Just don't do it back and forth. But, yeah, so here's the deal. No sandwich boards out on the sidewalk, no seats out on the sidewalk, no wait staff on the sidewalk. All the service goes from your door into the roadbed. The wait staff has to sit in the roadbed or serve from the roadbed, not from the sidewalk. And don't put your entwined sign needs to be next to your building. You do have a sandwich board though. Sometimes, yeah, sometimes you have the little with the chalk on it. Yeah. Keep it next to the building. This is new program, keep it next to the building. Don't have crowds congregating on the sidewalk. Don't put seats where you had them on the curb. You're gonna just abide by all the rules. That's all. Okay. James, is there a James? Yep. No. I thought you were, because you came up with him, are you part of the application or?
Just
You could-
public.
Okay, so that's why I was confused. All right, so you can just, yeah, and then you can tighten it down at the middle there. Okay.
So yeah, my name is James Butchness. I moved to the West Village at a very strange time, actually in March of 2020, with my wife at the time. And at that time, I think when we got down here, our building was at 30% occupancy, so 70% of everyone was gone. My wife and I decided to hunker down for family planning reasons and otherwise. And what we were left with was a city that was very empty, which many of you probably experienced, and scary at times. And trying to find a new neighborhood and find people to trust was a little bit difficult. But we knew that we were staying throughout the pandemic, and as a result, we tried to take to the streets every day. We're both big walkers and wanted to really get to know the village very well. Right when we arrived, would walk every day, and we noticed that there were about 4 or 5 institutions that were really sticking it out and abiding by the rules and serving food like to go out of their, I guess, door fronts at first, and and then however it evolved thereafter. And one of those institutions was Entwine, where I met Veli, who's there, his partner Valera, and they were like, during a very challenging time, very big rocks of the community, and they really just made sure that they asked them how you were doing every day, got to know details of your family, really just were great neighbors, which is kind of what I view an institution is supposed to be. Now I have a 2-year-old. I've lived 2 blocks from them. I know, or I feel confident that they will show respect and be quiet at night. And I would personally suffer if they didn't. My 2-year-old would be awake and crying. So I love them, and I really think they're a big rock of the community. And I'm sorry I'm so nervous and tired.
Okay,
late.
that's okay, yeah. Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Anybody else? Did I miss anybody? Okay. Okay, that's it. Thank you. Okay. The next is the Crystal Room LP doing business as Blue Ribbon, 97 Sullivan Street. '97. No. The other one I know, no, but this one. No, I mean, yeah.
Carter, would you like paper? Yes, no.
I have that.
Want this letter?
I have the one from Scott.
Okay.
I get started, Donna?
Yeah, just close to the mic, yeah.
So good evening, Mike Palutis. Nice to see everyone again. I'm here tonight on behalf of Blue Ribbon. This is, I believe, the brasserie at 97 Sullivan, right?
Mhm. Yep, correct.
So we're here really only over a couple of hours. We have agreed to the steps in principle. I'm here with Eric Bromberg and with Michael Paritsky. Eric's one of the Bromberg brothers. They own both of these locations. Mr. Paritsky's the general manager. I suspect you're familiar with the store. We've given you diagrams and photographs. It's really just that, you know, this business, both of these businesses, the one we'll talk about next as well, they both do a late dinner service and have for many, many years. And he's been seeding the cafe that he's been operating with through COVID with that late seating. You know, we're not aware of problems. We did reach out to Sean Sweeney. As you'll see from his letter, he says we've been good neighbors. And I think contrary to what they may often do is taking no position on this, despite the fact that one of these two applications has a roadbed attached to it. So you know, maybe you'll tell
Go
me
ahead.
something different, but I think that this operator has been a good neighbor. And we're here just about those 2 hours.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think you have been good neighbors, but that's because you've all been inside. And that's the impact on our residential side streets.
I'm just going to say one thing. Everybody has to use the microphone.
Yeah, so just on the residential side streets, of which this is, that's where the problem is. And
Yeah.
the 10 o'clock is, you know, not unreasonable. And in fact, I mean, you're the example everybody uses
All the time.
of staying open late, but the point is that it's inside.
Which I will say I
And the,
appreciate.
a-
you
and the in and out,
Yeah.
because it really is eating and not crazy. It's the outside
I understand
that is the balance point, and it's just that's where it's been successful, is that it's all been inside. You never had the
Right.
outside. Now adding it, the impact is
The only reference I
related.
have to that is that all through COVID, we've operated roadside sheds till midnight with no complaints, no 311 calls, no issues. We manage it extremely well. And we have successfully during that whole period. So the main issue for us is that we don't really get going till 8:30, 9 o'clock. So we can't even get a full seating by 10. And we can't, so that essentially renders it difficult to make the ends meet with all the expense of applications and building this structure.
You mean make ends meet in having an outdoor space because you've been running your indoor for years, yeah.
He's not suggesting the business isn't doing well. What he's suggesting is he needs to justify the expense of the consent fees, the building of the shed. He's looking at this from, can he get return on? this
Well,
is
then,
his-
well, I'm just going to.
Not shed,
So-
but the furniture.
And I mean, it's not, you know, there's no platforms, there's no, I mean, it's some tables and chairs, it's not that big an expense. But you're overlooking the fact that there are some people in the community who would be delighted to know that he's not doing anything. And so, you know, it's like, if the point is, I need to be open later to justify it, I mean, to me, that doesn't sound like a very big argument. Like the compromise we're offering is we're offering to open till 10. I'd grab at that, but that's me.
Yeah, it's not, I mean, there's a cost associated with adding extra seats and there's extra servers, there's extra kitchen help, there's extra, you know, expense.
It's not a mandatory program.
No, I
You can
understand.
just not do
I'm
it.
just asking.
Yeah,
you to
the
be
issue is
reasonable about it.
that
Yeah.
our residential streets, expanding them all to midnight where nothing was before,
Mhm.
and people outside. I mean, we have I'm just gonna rough statistics here. We have in Manhattan, our community board has 78% of the roadway cafes. And I don't know if that's fully accurate because DOT is terrible at releasing information, open data. but
Right.
just the ballpark. And most of those are in residential only streets where they really shouldn't be, because
Right.
a huge percentage also require fire department waivers. And so the imposition, just stacking on top of it, is significant for us. And we've been trying to accommodate it. And one of the things that we've said is, despite the differing opinions of people on this committee about whether these are okay or not, one of the things we said was 10 p.m. is a time that is a compromise that doesn't even include trying to address whether these are okay and in the public interest, which is an aspect of the that we might have some traction on at the ABC law, and who knows, in the courts and whatever else it is, because this was never measured originally, the impact on the existing noise or whatever. But we've said, hey, 10 o'clock is something to move forward on in bridging a gap, not saying no and trying to move forward. And so you may not realize that, but that has been a huge thing to get to. With
Yeah, and
everybody. So
I accept and appreciate that. I'm just, my specific circumstances, I'm just trying to evaluate the benefit of doing it with the expense of doing it, and with the restriction of the hours makes it difficult for us to make it be an intelligent business move. So I understand.
yeah, I mean,
That's where we're at.
the thing is that we did this recognizing that most of the members of our community are special. But when people come and say, well, we're extra special, which, I mean, is essentially what has happened with a few applications because of whatever, it doesn't recognize that everybody should be treated equally under a city program, that they provided no changes or any special things or carved out any district and says one size fits all. And so for us, where this has been incredibly successful, but the program seems to be failing elsewhere in the city because nobody's applying, right? It's been way successful here, and so the impacts are on our residents, not in the commercial areas where most, predominantly commercial areas where sidewalk seating existed before, and so that's the challenge that we're placed in, because nobody cared, but we do, because this is our community and we're trying to find a balance. I mean, we could just say no to all of these, but we're not. So that's, I don't think people recognize some of that, and I just
I
bring that up
appreciate
because
that
I've worked
you're
very hard with everybody
going
to
till
say we
10
have to be
o'clock is
consistent.
at all.
Yeah,
but-
just to be consistent, across areas, and to realize that is a balancing area, and so I don't, it's not easy, but I just bring that up as a background, because obviously and I say that with, you are the example everybody
Yeah, you
holds
are.
up, but the thing is, we can't do that with outside too, as well, and so that's the challenge. We understand, though, that because your business is based on the later hours, that makes it hard, but that's where the imposition is on the exterior hours, so.
Right.
Clear. Like, all of this is add-on. The existing business interior continues. There's no,
Right.
it doesn't make it hard, and it just, as the gentleman's saying,
You have to weigh
he's
the-
wondering whether it makes it worth his while, which is a perfectly legitimate thing for him to think about, but there's no, like, with outdoor dining, all of the sacrifice, right, in the entire conception of outdoor dining, everything, comes from the community and not from the business owners, right? Everything they get is gravy, right? So I just, yeah, okay, right. Then there is a charge for it. There's some fees and structures, and it may not make sense for everybody, or some people, they don't want it, whatever, and that's fine. I'm just saying, we talk about striking a balance, right? It's already totally cockeyed.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, so I just noticed that on the Sidewalk Cafe, you call out the 3 tables and 10 seats. It's actually 6 tables and 10 seats. there's not room for 6 tables and 10 seats. You have no room for serving those tables and chairs within your cafe. So, I was kind of surprised this hasn't come up before. You can't serve from the sidewalk, which has to be a clear pedestrian area.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna. Hmm? Yeah, I mean, you do have a waiter, or you are gonna have to reach over big tables. But, yeah, so it's 3. Right. So it's 3 and 3. No, it's been hundreds. I don't remember. I'm going by, I'm actually, what I'm doing is just, I'm going by because you're being evaluated in that committee and by DOT, and I'm sort of going by what you're telling me here, and that you're going to abide by the rules, which means that the service is gonna happen within the perimeter and within the roadway. And if you take 2 tables and make it two tops or 1 4-top, takes up space. You just have to be able to operate within the parameters of this. And
I'm just gonna say, I mean, within the 11.5 feet, fitting the tables in, I'm not sure if you have, but if you put some tape down on the ground, just. and
It's
try.
not
I
gonna
mean,
work.
just to your point, I understand the challenge, right, of seeing if this works economically.
Yeah.
But it's a challenge too, right? I mean, what does
nobody's
it
gonna be
even
able to
mean?
get in and out.
You know, what does it mean to even make this stuff fit? And I mean, that's just, I tried to do this with somebody just
it's
as a
not gonna fit.
practical. I tried to do this with somebody as a practical and said, hey, what does
Unless they
this
sit
mean?
there for,
Yeah. So what
unless
does
they
that
sit
mean?
there for the day.
So no, but it is real. I mean, and this is the thing. I mean, realistically, it comes down to if you have 4 2-tops is what fits with a little bit of room around it, right?
Right.
To be comfortable. And it's unfortunate because if it was a foot or 2 longer, it'd be more. If it was this or whatever,
We got what we got.
you're right next to each other, so. Well, the seating dictates the revenue, which then ties into the hours.
Right, right.
Right.
Okay, so we're done with, don't go away because we'll just move right on to the flexible fish, Blue Ribbon Sushi, 119 Sullivan Street. No, I don't think that, is there a difference, Carter? You have anything different? Anybody have anything different to say? Well, I will say it looks like the tables have a little more room in that one.
Yeah, it's larger.
Sullivan, residential neighborhood again. We don't need to discuss it. It's the same points and the same thing, so. Okay, okay, thanks for coming. I'm
Thank you.
Yeah, well, I don't, yeah, so I don't do it any differently,
Thanks
but
for
thanks.
coming and thanks for being very reasonable.
But we didn't agree.
No, you didn't agree to
but you-
anything.
but we can agree to disagree.
We can agree to disagree. There you go. Okay, the next one is, good night, guys. Wagawongowitz, LLC, doing business as Cafe Clooney. Oh, okay, so, for those of you that are here, for Waverly Restaurant, Bar Tuesday and Via Porta, we're waiving those. It means that they signed the agreement that we're giving them to close at 10 o'clock. And so we are not having them come in. And huh? then call DOT. I can't, I mean, what, you want to go up to the, right, I mean, but just let me say right now, I'm gonna probably have 200 of these in the next 2 months or more. So I cannot possibly.
Other than that,
I
continue to
understand
look-
why you want to, I'm just saying, please, and make your complaints if they don't.
And the other thing too is that we've also, part of this is that if people come at 10, they can always come back later, but this
Right.
gets everybody moving for now, and it can be rediscussed, and that's a part of what we,
No, I know, but okay, go ahead.
Good evening. How are you? My name is Michael Ferrari. I'm here with Steve Abramowitz, who is one of the 3 owners of Cafe Clooney. We are here for an alteration of the liquor license to add the outdoor seating. This is, I think, a similar discussion to the one you had with the previous applicant. Cafe, just in support of Cafe Clooney, it has been there since 2006. To my knowledge, the reputation is impeccable in the neighborhood. I know that it has been very well loved since 2006 and continues to be. And the restaurant has had outdoor seating through the COVID period and has made every effort to accommodate the wishes of the neighborhood. There is a letter in my package from Lynn Wagonecht, who the owner of with Steve of Odeon and of Cafe Luxembourg uptown. All 3 very well liked by their respective neighborhoods, and we are interested in keeping the cafe, the outdoor seating, open till 11 o'clock, and so that's why we're here.
Hi, Steve. Go ahead. Say.
My name's Steve Abramowitz. I'm one of the partners at Cafe Clooney. The reason we wanted to be open till 11 o'clock is just looking at the way everything in the stipulation, just aside from the hours, is absolutely fine, which we're happy to abide by. The way the stipulation is written is the cafe and the outdoor dining seats have to be completely empty by 10 o'clock. When we kind of backtrack, and from a restaurant sort of point of view, when we say we're taking our last reservation at, like, for example, indoors 10 o'clock, obviously it's nice that we can anticipate someone's going to sit there for maybe an hour and a half. In the case of the outdoor dining, we sort of backtracked and we said, okay, this will take us half an hour to break down. So it really means the last person who would be leaving, who would be sitting outdoors, would be probably 10:30. And so so the way the stipulation is written, it's definitely restrictive in terms of the opportunity to have somebody sit outside and dine. And I completely understand what you had said before, and you're trying to strike that balance. But I think in this particular instance, in order to do a sit down, I think 11 o'clock, everyone gone, everyone out, would not be unreasonable in my opinion.
So.
What's the zoning where you're located?
Right.
What do you mean?
What is the zoning?
What is a residential?
Yeah.
It's residential.
Residential,
only.
that's why there was nothing out there
This is a
before.
non-conforming use in a residential only district that never had sidewalk cafes. You tried to apply for it in the past. and
Right.
It was rejected then.
Right.
At
Right.
that time because it was residentially zoned.
Right.
Only.
It's a commercial unit in a residential area.
Well,
It's a
the
non-conforming
non-conforming, meaning that it only predates the zoning.
Right.
And it was most likely a dry goods use, which didn't have any evening impacts.
Okay.
So that's, the issue is, and again, we've heard from around the corner from every single resident, I would think, or a good chunk of them, that they don't want any dining, let alone the hours. And again, I think the 10 p.m. is a starting point to see if that works or not. And I mean, that's what it is. This, you couldn't have it before. This is extra seating you could never have before. COVID's long over.
Right.
The place to address these things is with the landlords and the leases, you know, with the costs, because everybody seems to accept all the costs go up, but, you know, where does that fall? You know, there still hasn't maybe been a correction on any of the leases. And, you know, the outdoor dining
Nothing
again.
ever goes down. I've never seen a lease.
No, I
go
know,
down
but what I'm
yeah.
saying is that the outdoor dining is to put all this burden on the backs of all the people who live around areas and the impacts. I mean, that's.
But we also have a very large number of people who are very much in favor of the outdoor dining in that particular neighborhood.
And that's why we said 10 o'clock.
Okay.
We have a bag full of cards that are signed by supporters of the application.
Sure, and there are also people in that neighborhood, right, who fought like hell, you know, and sued and whatever, I think, trying to get so that outdoor dining would not happen in residentially zoned areas, or trying to argue that, you know, if it happened, it should only be a daytime, like lunchtime, afternoon tea thing, and it should be gone at, like, you know, when people come home at end of business day, and when residents come home, like lots of different opinions is my point.
Right.
I'm sure there are people who love it and who would like to be up till 4 a.m. All kinds in New York City.
Right. I mean, I'm sorry,
No,
Mike.
go ahead.
So
Finish what you're going to say, and then I'll go to the
so
public.
I was just going to say also that, you know, in general, I mean, we as of now, I mean, we take our last reservation at 10 o'clock. Restaurant is normally, you know, emptied out by 10:30. We're not a late night place, and I think that would still exist even through the summer. And at one point when we were sort of dealing with our neighbors who were, you know, it was an all or nothing. They didn't want the roadway structure. We closed the outdoor dining and everyone was out by 9:30 as a gesture of goodwill. So we know,
You gave up the roadway.
yeah, and we kind of moved space. We said, okay,
Well,
we won't.
It
require
won't
certificate
work
of
on
but-
12th Street.
But but it doesn't work. There's no roadway.
Right, they
across
can't,
it.
right.
You can't do that. But I do think if there's any reconsideration just of that stipulation, I completely understand. We very much
yeah,
appreciate the 10 o'clock, but it would be.
Oh, just
worthwhile
come
to-
back.
The issue is to see how this works.
Right.
I mean, you know, there's a tremendous influx. The impact is significant. There were no rules. They were not enforced. I mean, we found, you know, through one of our former board members, 97%, it was a 95 or maybe 92%. It was above 90% of non-compliance
Oh, yeah.
during the temporary program. We've seen a very high percentage of the referrals from DOT have errors. You know, everybody says they're experts. I'm sorry. I mean, that's difficult. And they also had these applications. The fact we're dealing with this now, I mean, they've sat with these applications forever. However, I'm sure you submitted them last year. And so we're here at the last minute, right? When the stuff should be all signed, sealed, delivered, and done. We've been hearing them right away. And now we're going to get hundreds and hundreds. So we don't even know just how this will all fit together. But it may be okay with the new program. It may not be, but it's hard for us to figure out what the longer term impact will be. And maybe if all the rules are followed, maybe it is okay. But we have a position to be somewhere where we can allow the room for everything to work, finding a starting point because nobody else has. I mean, even the liquor authority just said, oh, okay, whatever the city does, even though those wasn't their feeling
Sure, but
6 months
the
ago.
city is, the statute is written so that it's 11 o'clock. Right?
Well, but
So
the statute's also written that what? Oh, we got a notice from you.
Hmm?
We got a notice from you, and that's so that
Right,
the law is
right,
written in when we get the
obviously.
notices.
Yes.
We can give our recommendation.
Right,
And if we deny it, guess what happens? It gets scheduled all the way through, and then there's gonna, that also, we're not being unreasonable. We're trying to create a path here to get this going. You may not like it, but that's also, you know, when I broached this with Chair Fan last year, last March, they weren't even thinking about it. and there's no process to properly do this. None of this was evaluated in the impacts of the original liquor licenses. 500-foot rule, impact on the existing noise level. It's right there, right? You know, these are significant impacts. Even if they follow the rules that the city has of the outdoor dining program, that doesn't mean that, how do you overcome the opposition? Through stipulations. So these are all the things that we're trying to navigate through in a way that doesn't stop the program.
We are trying to navigate through it as well. You know, we've discussed this, and I think we'll get back. Yeah, I think we'll get back.
Okay? Okay.
Thank
Oh, wait, no. Wait, we have public members here to speak on it, so let them speak while you're here to listen to them. Go ahead. Norma. Fine. We like this way.
Let me give something.
Sure. Thank you. Do you have two, or we'll just take one?
Here.
We'll take one.
Here. No, there we go. I got more. Oh, can you lower the microphone for, okay, thank you. Perfect.
Good. I
Thanks,
want to,
Mark.
I want to address only one aspect of this application, and that's the sidewalk set up on West Fourth Street. In a way, I think this application may be premature before you. It has had a hearing before DOT, but not with the current site plan. It was a much earlier one, and at that hearing, a representative of the restaurant said, "Oh, well, we've revised it and we've amended it." And apparently, what they have revised it to is what is in the application before you, which is to squeeze, I think, 2 tables and 4 chairs onto this very narrow sidewalk. And I just want to point out that the sidewalk is so narrow that you cannot put any tables or chairs on there without seriously impeding pedestrian passage on that sidewalk. I've given you 2 photographs, one showing other people trying to walk down the sidewalk while the tables and chairs are there, and the other one showing there's no superstructure there, so you can really see the diners. And if you look, all the diners have got 1 foot or 2 feet out in the sidewalk because the tables are so small that they can't get their legs under there. And sometimes if it's not 2 people at a table, it's 1 person who's rotated 90 degrees so that the back is to the wall and both. There just isn't room for any tables and chairs on West 4th Street, even if somehow you manage not to have the service people there. So that's
Thank you.
that's my suggestion.
Thank you, Norma. Yes. Did you fill out a card for this one? No, you didn't, did you? No, it's fine. It's fine. I just want. I'll just wait.
I guess you're all familiar with a Venn diagram. I drew one once. People who like outdoor dining. In another circle, people who live above outdoor dining. There's no overlap. I know of at least 20 people on that block who vehemently opposed to it, and they're absolutely exhausted, and they don't like getting into confrontation. And the couple who did front this group and deal with Steve feel absolutely beaten. And I think Steve should probably be a little sensitive to this and agree to 10 p.m. and declare victory and leave. Thank you.
Okay. Done. Anything? I mean, if you want to say anything else, you can. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. I'm doing the best I can here. Okay. Are you okay? Okay. Okay. The next one is Whitehorse Hospitality at 567 Hudson, on-premise restaurant. This is an alteration for sidewalk and roadway. Did I lose one? Why are my numbers off?
Thank you.
But I'm go through these quickly to make sure I didn't lose something, something wrong.
So thank you for coming and staying.
Just for you. Just for you. He didn't want to hear from you. About that. About that.
Can I take this off here?
Yeah, you can do whatever you want as long as you use it.
Can you hear me? Is this what?
Yep.
Working? Talk to my daughter about that. She's the one who sings, not me. Good evening. Joseph Levy here on behalf of the applicant, White Horse Hospitality LLC. I have with me Eitan Sugarman, the principal of the application. The application before you is an alteration to extend liquor service into the outdoor space. There's a sidewalk cafe component as well as roadbed seating component. I understand how many applications you guys get on this stuff.
No, you don't because it's just starting.
I know what's coming, and at least from my perspective, I appreciate the work you guys are doing. I appreciate the effort to fast track things. I actually think it makes a lot of sense, and for that reason, you've seen all my applications agree to do it because it makes a lot of sense. Anyway, the application there is before you. Happy to agree to the 10 o'clock on the side street. As I spoke to Donna earlier, there was a pre-existing sidewalk cafe here on Hudson that had 11 out there, and from what I understand, the board would potentially be comfortable with us keeping that 11 there, but 10 on the side street, which we're comfortable with. Happy to agree to that. Everything's in front of you there. If you have any questions,
Well-
we're here to answer them.
Go ahead. Are you gonna say anything?
Say I don't. I think that the exchanges would be more the
10
11
o'clock.
on Hudson with nothing on 11th.
Right.
That's the impact. That's our residential street.
Right.
So lose the seating
because
entirely?
because I understand it previously was. I mean, we're not here with the pre-existing sidewalk cafes
Sure.
to necessarily get, you know, they worked under the old program. I'll leave it at that. But that's the impact is
Mhm.
The 6 seats.
Yeah.
It's on the side
the
street,
Sixth Street.
right? I mean, that's what, I mean, we'll see what local residents have to say, which I'd rather hear from them first before we get
Right.
too far down that.
Okay, so let's
This even works. I don't know if this
I don't know if mine's working. Is mine working?
They're all
barely.
low. They're all low. Okay, so we'll go to residents.
Nelson Hope, West Village residents. White Horse Tavern, you know, people drinking themselves to death, and it's great history. Jane Jacobs, Brendan Behan. I mean, yeah, no, wonderful, historic, brilliant place. Now when I hear it, it's like fingernails on a chalkboard. I think of that monkey cage they had on the sidewalk for 4 years. I think of the crowds that were being served directly onto the street. I think of the possibility of getting through there. I think of that roadbed on 11th Street, and it's really too bad. So I think one thing we should be aware of is, as I mentioned before, the dealing with DOT to get any kind of enforcement done is almost impossible. They've taken down, got some enclosed sidewalk sheds down, but that's it. And so the crowding on the sidewalk and the lack of a 10-foot clear path is a big deal for us. So they've done a very helpful diagram on their application for their sidewalk cafe on Hudson Street, showing 10-foot clearance around the the tree bed, 10 foot to the curb. Well, just tonight had the measurement done by a contractor I know. It's 6 foot 2 inches to the tree bed and 8 foot 8 inches to the curb. So even now, even before anything is agreed to, anything is approved, they're not adhering to, you know, the rules. And we have no way of getting that enforced. And here we're going to go and give them a license to continue this nonsense. So I mean, in a way, can we do something similar to what happened with, Wild? And just say, can we leave this over? And we'll go have our group will go and have a meeting with them, and we'll, discuss these issues and see if we can sort it out and get it straightened out, and we can be friendly, and, we want them to succeed. We want them to be the White Horse Tavern of old. We don't want them to go away. We just want them to make life tolerable for their neighbors. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody? No? Okay.
I guess, yeah, I mean, I don't know what the
don't know what to-
discussion,
I guess the
you
discussion,
have, how many days? 60 days?
yeah, we don't have a lot of
No,
time
it's not-
to do
But I'm
this.
just saying, within the 60 days, which just started, what, was it yesterday? I wasn't, I think that's
If
what.
it's- Are
Started
you
yesterday for
conditionally-
people who've been conditionally
Have you
approved
been
previously.
conditionally approved?
Yes.
Correct, so we
yeah.
have been conditionally
So
approved.
your 60 days has
So
started
our 60 days starts
now.
So, but you
That's
have,
from yesterday,
you
yeah.
have the,
So theoretically, we could come back and see you guys next month.
so yeah, so I just, this is what we've been talking, is having the conversations, right?
Yeah.
And this is what you guys have asked for, is to have the conversations. That's what it is. I don't know where those conversations will go, except actually measuring things, right?
Yeah,
to
that's
see
all.
where that
I'm
happens. So
we are
I'm-
here because we want to have these conversations. We've asked for them. We've asked for the opportunity for them, and we've availed ourselves of the opportunity to have them.
So is that,
I'm happy to have conversations. The idea is to live in harmony.
Right.
I'd love to get a little bit more clarity other than just a measurement issue, so that we at least have an agenda
So-
going into a meeting so that we can have a conversation. Correct.
yeah, I have another one. You want
why
them to
don't
go
you go
talk?
talk
Why
about
don't you guys go talk
figure out
now and figure out what you want to talk about? Be polite, be
Perfect.
respectful, everybody, be
Perfect.
kind and.
We're all
So why don't
grown-ups
you
here.
go out there and then I'll just take my next one and then come back, okay? Because it would be, okay. All right, so then the next one is, yeah, Grotto. Why is my? Oh. No, and now part I haven't done. This is 177 Mulberry. Thank you. Yes, I have you too, Malpart, right? Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Feel bad. Sorry, I'm sorry. Somebody has to be, if you come back again, I'm sorry. Okay,
Hi, Frank Castellano, Brothers Area, for the roadway and sidewalk.
okay, so you haven't been to our other group yet for your outdoor seating?
No, ma'am.
No. So here's what what I'm going to say to you is the 2 feet on the sidewalk,
Yes.
that setup is not going to work. It needs to be ADA accessible, which is 36 inches wide.
street?
And you, on Mulberry.
Okay.
So nobody has come with sidewalk seating because it won't fit there. You need to have a perimeter around it,
Yes.
and you need to be able to serve from within that. You need to be able to walk within that perimeter with your wait
Well,
staff
Okay.
and your patrons, and you need to keep that 10 feet.
10 feet,
Yep,
right? And 2 feet for the seating, and we serve from the inside restaurant. We have 9 doors, of which 7 are used for serving.
okay.
Maybe it's
Well,
not
then
that.
that might work. So you just have to put the,
Yes, we've
yeah, you
been
serve from
doing,
the inside
we've
out.
been doing that because we've faced that problem in the past.
Okay, and then what happens on Broom Street? Do you serve from inside on Broom?
Doors. On either side, it might not be that clear,
Oh, I see. It says door and door. So,
and that sidewalk is wider. on
yeah,
the
you have,
ins-
you need 10 feet on that side too.
Yeah.
But and you've got 11 marked on this diagram. You still need to have a perimeter.
Okay,
You know, you have to define the sidewalk cafe you have to differentiate the sidewalk cafe from the walking path of the sidewalk. So you need some kind of stanchion, and you need to be able to, your wait staff needs to be able to serve from within there.
similarly, we
So-
serve from the doors.
You serve from but they're,
2 doors on Bloom Street, actually 7 on Mulberry, of which we're gonna use 5.
so
But-
you
but
could,
It looks like if they go out the door,
they're not gonna,
right, they have to go around on the sidewalk to get into the, like,
No, they serve from the door, this,
they
this,
just reach.
yeah,
into the middle of that, you know, of all of 5 tables from the door?
well, their access from, there's multiple doors there, there's 4 doors
Well,
on
that's,
that
there are
particular
4 doors.
side.
Okay.
I have pictures if it helps.
Okay.
My phone's dying.
That would be helpful.
Sorry.
I'll try and-
Okay, so. So,
Yes,
and then okay, and then the other, did I print it? No. The other thing I was just going to say. Will that work, Clement? Yes.
no, what I see, there's steps going up to the doors.
Yeah.
From the sidewalk to the doors, there's steps. So you can't serve tables on the sidewalk from inside your restaurant. Yeah, that's not on the same level.
Yeah, but the people that get there are on the same level, the servers.
They
it's
just
just
hang out
why
the door.
Servers, if they're just reaching out the door, what difference does it make? It's on the same level or not? You know, the patrons, you're saying the patrons can't access it from the inside.
Two separate.
See,
Yeah, you can,
show Dr. Smith the picture. What they're gonna have to do, you're gonna have to have a perimeter, right? Yeah, go down and show her. And if you put that perimeter here, and he doesn't put the one next to the door, somebody can come in, but they can serve from outside the door. There's nothing that says if they're not walking out, you know, it has to be ADA accessible for the patron. So if they don't go in the restaurant,
well, we've had several applications where they try to say the French doors could be used to serve outside on the sidewalk.
open. So,
Doors have to be open,
So-
but they can't be open when there's air conditioning.
yeah, you can't run air conditioning if the doors are open, but, so
That's
we,
different. That's a different problem, yeah.
no problem, no problem. So,
I mean, you guys suffered the most from this, oh, we're just gonna make a rule that's for everybody in New York City. Mulberry Street suffered the most. I've raised this a bunch of times, you know, that maybe people should try to come up with a separate plan for Mulberry Street, because you're an example of a business that's been harmed dramatically.
Very much so.
Like, you know, because you previously, I think, had 36 tables or something like that, and 70
Yes.
something
did
seats.
you shrink the restaurant?
Now it doesn't, so.
A lot of them
this is-
closed.
But did the restaurant get smaller, or no, were you able to?
Oh,
keep
we
those
just
36
cut down the
seats?
seating to accommodate the rules.
So
And
it's the same footprint, your restaurant is the same footprint, you just used to have 36, be able to
We
fit
cut it
36
back.
seats out there.
when, during the summer, when there's a different program, the Block Association
streets,
closes
you
the
could
street,
go.
and then pretty much anything goes,
Which would
which,
be too bad they're not, I mean, that's what they should,
No, they do have that.
they
but
have it
it's-
still, but it's,
this is just to get through to that time period, that's
Right.
so, and you'd close at 11 o'clock, would you?
Yes, We close early
Oh, you guys did used to have a 2 storefronts, right?
at one time.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so that's where, so it did get smaller, but still it's a reduction in the number of tables and chairs, especially over there. It's pretty significant.
Okay, so,
No, William Street.
so I can, so what I'll do is I'll send you a stipulation with this number of tables, that just says, what the stipulation says is that all patrons will be seated, wait staff will serve from within the thing. There'll be no host stands outside, bus or service stations on the sidewalk or in the roadbed, and no speakers. You'll follow all the rules, and you won't have more than however many tables you have on this drawing. So
Okay.
once, because I know you're still in the DOT process,
Yes.
if they tell you you can't do something, it won't matter because they're not going to tell you you can do more than what you have here.
Okay.
So I'll write up the stipulations for this, and if it's less than this, it's less than this. 11, we're doing 11 on Millbury. Yes, yes. We're just doing 11. Yeah, no, we're just doing 11.
Yeah.
Same thing. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Have a good evening.
Sorry,
Thank you.
thanks.
No.
Okay. 753 Washington, Trattoria, Malaparte. Your turn. You'll get out. No, they'll be back. No.
It's transpired. I think I'm always just say, okay, I wanted to extend it to 11, but that just does not seem to be doable for anyone. So I just thought I would ask if you could give us the brunch the Saturday and the Sunday that we've been doing anyway for 14 years.
Yeah.
11, that's not in the stipulation.
Okay, so what do you want? What is it? Just, probably because you've never signed, this is, no, I know. So what do you want, 11 PM on Saturday and Sunday, 11 AM?
Brunch, and then dinner.
I'm just gonna do it 11 to 10, whatever you do in between. Then I do just want to say, though, that, we've had complaints about your seating up until recently. So you had seats on the curbside. I have pictures that myself, I took one, there were seats on the curbside on both of your, on Washington and whatever street you, Bethune, right? That's not allowed. Okay. The crowds, they can't do something, so, because you've got that whole open facade in your space. So it's a new program, turn over a new leaf, please, because I don't want to get these emails. And just make sure that yes, because and I'll tell you, I don't walk by there as often as I go by other places, but I'm in Meatpacking, then I like walking down Washington Street and stuff. And it's, on the weekends, it's crowded, and the people just, when they're either waiting to sit or when they're all done and they're all saying goodbye, they're all over the sidewalk. It's impossible to pass. But I think when you don't have this, when you're doing proper seating, so it's not on the curb on both sides and next to the roadbed, hopefully it'll be contained. Smaller, yes, yes.
The other interesting thing is, like, most restaurants use resin now, right? Which, I used to work at a host a lot, my own, and then the rest of them used to manage. And that's what created it, because there was,
Oh, yeah, sorry.
because there was no resi platform. It was all done by hand or by phone, and so
Right.
you'd have these long lines of people waiting, right? But now everything is so automatized that I would have thought that you don't have as much of the issue with the lines anymore, because it's all, everyone knows exactly what time they come, and they expect to be seated immediately without waiting, right?
Yeah, but
So, but that hasn't diminished the
that
issue of
hasn't,
people
well,
sitting,
I
standing
mean, I
outside.
took my picture in June, so, but yeah.
No, but I'm,
And
yeah,
somebody else
I
has been
was
taking
curious to
pictures for
hear, I was
years.
also curious to hear, whether we've been getting a lot of complaints, but
Yeah.
apparently that is the case.
I mean, one board member has, it's one of her, your place is one of her pet peeves, I would say,
Oh,
with
really?
something all over, even before the pandemic. So, yeah, so, just try to figure out a way to manage the crowds.
Okay,
So I'll change this to the brunch hours.
fantastic,
And
and then I'll
send it
sign
to
it.
you.
And just one other question, the actual, because the DOT gives the permits, right? But they're all supposed to be, they're all provisional for the time being. They haven't like given the final,
Permit.
so we're allowed to start now, because
Yeah.
they approved our road wall, but they haven't approved our sidewalk yet. But
You know what?
I think that's contingent upon this meeting,
No,
maybe? Or-
this meeting is for the liquor. This
liquor.
is for the liquor.
Okay.
And it's a good question.
When can I expect the DOT to give us a provisional?
Who
Or
knows?
is it a separate thing
You should ask them.
How long ago?
in August? Yeah,
A lot of fingers going in a lot of directions.
Yeah.
You applied in August.
Yeah.
Still don't have it.
but can I, like, I've waited to put the tables outside. I haven't put them outside yet, but can I just put them outside now? Right?
No, I'm not giving you any guidance.
Just saying, this is a real issue. And
Right. Like, I thought it was contingent on this, but
Well,
no,
no, it's not. You should ask DOT.
what is it?
because otherwise I'm just gonna start.
Dining out info or dining out info, they have their little ask us questions. Is it info at dining out?
Yeah. Like, no, and everything you read, it sort of says it's somebody else's problem. But August is a long time ago.
Yeah.
And even if the city council put together rules,
I mean,
they did that before.
I can
that,
understand,
so
well, provisional
it's
one,
not city council's problem. Right.
So you haven't gotten, right, because we're just starting to get the sidewalk applications now are just being referred to us and you can't get your conditional until they've had a hearing. Oh, no, yes, no.
So I don't know what his
I don't know.
particular circumstances.
No, but even just for a sidewalk,
No,
I'm
no,
just
but
saying.
even I don't know what.
I don't need to come up with a
Sidewalk. Not for liquor licensing, you will for when the sidewalk cafe is referred to us. This is the
third time I come up with it.
what was the other time?
The first one was the roadway.
Okay.
It was,
Oh, you know,
about a
that's
month
right, that's right. And the sidewalk will also have a hearing, but the city prioritized, you're right, the city prioritized getting all the roadway hearings done because you need a revocable consent, that program did before. But just.
Well, I mean, I had to
give you
build
more
something
details, but the sidewalk is a separate, those will also be referred, why they weren't referred together, beyond us, we don't know, that would have been sufficient, but. So we are not, when we get it, we put it on our calendar and we hear it right away. In fact, it may even be less than 7 days. But generally more than 8 days, it's like, however many days, so we're not holding up anything here, we're not the problem.
I mean,
We
I've also-
applied in August last year.
Third dining.
You can email them, and if
So,
you go to the Dining Out NYC website, I think the email.
Have a contact.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Contact.
Just like the road bed, you had a plan examiner, right? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You might email that plan examiner, but you might be the same one.
Oh, I don't know about the planning board. I thought you meant the guy who did it first.
No, at DOT, or ask them too, but at DOT, yeah, no, they don't know. Yeah.
They've said there's sort of a blanket provisional.
Yeah, I'm just not sure what your.
Particular situation
I have
is.
a landlord, and he's gonna want some sort of evidence that I'm actually allowed to operate, and I don't.
Yeah,
really
you're gonna have
any-
to get
I
that
don't
from,
have any evidence.
yeah, DOT.
Well,
Okay.
I'm gonna
Good
start.
luck. Oh, good luck. Okay, back to Whitehorse. Where are we at?
We had a nice conversation outside. We made some headway, had a little kumbaya moment. I think we've done it.
Whoa, so what are we going to do?
We didn't sing. Sorry, say.
What are we doing? Are you coming back and measuring, or are we, I'm just looking for a status update here.
So here's
what
what
the
we're
next
gonna do.
steps are.
What we've committed to do, just so the board's in the loop, is we've committed to have monthly check-in meetings
Right,
with Aton and Augustine and other folks in the neighborhood if they'd like to come, starting as soon as this Sunday,
okay, great,
to talk about any of the issues, draw attention to
thank
things.
you.
Gonna loop Augustine into a conversation with the security team to understand what's being done about certain things, and if there are things that are being missed, it's a good opportunity to have that conversation
Yep.
to make sure that nothing gets off track there. With respect to the outdoor space, we obviously didn't draw these diagrams, an architect did. So if the numbers here are not actually accurate, we have to go and remeasure and see exactly what's what. So
Okay.
we're gonna undertake to do that.
Okay,
But in the interim, what we agreed to, that I think we were comfortable, and Augustine will correct me if I'm
Right.
wrong, is that we know the board has an issue with the seats on the side,
Right.
Side Street, and while we'd love to keep those seats in some capacity if possible, we understand that the compromise that's being proposed here is keeping the 11 PM close on Hudson and losing those seats on the side. If that is what the board wants,
Mhm.
that's what we discussed. That seems to work for everybody. No? Oh, okay, I thought I misunderstood. I misunderstood. That's what we talked about.
okay, so with.
I
us, we're willing
misunderstood.
To remove those
We
seats.
would be
for
open
our
to doing that if
board
that is the
members.
compromise the board needs to push this through. Again, we are. It's 3 seats, 3 tables, 6 seats on
You're-
Side
you're
Street.
removing those.
So that's what
then-
we'd remove.
And then would you be open to closing the road? We did this with actually another applicant, close the road bed at 10 o'clock. And because that's what's new. We did this with somebody else in Soho when they had a lot of seats and we had them they had the seats before, the seats stayed at 11 and the road bed closed at 10. And then there was a staggering of so you want to think about that, or do you want to?
I mean, that becomes tougher. It becomes easier to lose the side seats because we know we have the road bed and the cafe.
You want to keep the side seats and lose the road bed? Right. That's what I'm saying. I think he heard that.
Yeah, 11 on the
He
sidewalk,
understands it
10 in the
in the
road.
road bed. You can always come back, like we're telling everybody else, you can always come back.
If this is the compromise that the board's requiring,
you.
then this is what we'll do. And hopefully we can show you that we're good operators.
It's a
And
good step,
listen,
It's an hour more than what's on the form.
right,
100%.
right.
It's a good step.
And also the conversation, which is what we were trying to encourage, keep happening, right?
Look, it's a good step, and hopefully this is another step towards,
Getting everything back on track.
that's right.
please. A number of your places.
Yep.
So
Look,
making peace would be good.
I think it's all positive, and I think we're all just trying to get through this season, and then we'll regroup and see how it
Yeah,
goes,
hope
and
everybody does.
maybe we'll come back.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. All right. They're removing the side street. Thank you very much for that one. That was, yeah. Okay. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, new business. We had a South Village Hospitality. I just want to say we heard them in February 2024. I don't know. They signed STIPs then, but I want them to re-sign the STIPs because this happened with this attorney one other time, and I just want to make sure that when they say they're agreeing to everything, that I'm not just going back on what was there before, but that they're actually looking at it and re-signing it. I have not gotten them back yet. I didn't double check until right before I came here, and so we have not received them back, so I have the office following up to see. So, So I'm mentioning it because I was hoping to just have the committee at least do something, but since I don't have the SIPs back, I guess I don't even know why I'm mentioning it. Put it on my agenda before, so I don't know, I'll bring it up at new full board, I guess, because if we don't get the SIPs back, it's a problem. Okay, does anybody want to get up and walk around, or should we just plow on through? Let's go. No, I have one. I know. Did somebody